Good evening and welcome to the Select Board meeting called here on Tuesday, September 30th, with a posted agenda for 6 p.m. and being 6:03. I will call the meeting to order and ask that all those are able to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And just to note, this meeting will be live streamed and recorded by Westborough TV as posted on the agenda. And also to note that Select Board member Welch will not be here in attendance this evening. So it'll be four of us, still a quorum being present. At this point, I will open the floor for open forum. Is anybody here for open forum?
Hi, Joanne Aramini, 7 Meadow Road. I'm here to speak about Article 6, which is on the special town meeting warrant, and it's on the agenda tonight. The article is asking voters for a transfer of free cash in the amount of $61,105, which is going to be combined with an additional $38,895 remaining money from prior articles to provide the matching funds for a Mass Trails grant that has yet to be awarded to the town. I'm fully aware that the article can still be filed despite not being awarded yet to the town. However, I don't understand why it's on the warrant. This grant was filed in the dead of night. There was no transparency about it at all. You all didn't even know about it, and because of that, you have said at 2 different meetings that if the grant were awarded to the town, that you would want it to come before you for discussion to decide whether it would be accepted or not accepted. And that hasn't happened yet. And I don't understand why people aren't following through on what they have promised. In addition, there's been a recent transportation project document that was presented at the Select Board meeting, and it was supposed to prioritize the projects in relation to the allocation of resources and finances, but it didn't do that. And when I asked last week about the prioritization, I was told that that's going to happen sometime in the future. Well, why are we asking voters to spend more money on something that may or may not be prioritized? We don't know that. And before the public can even give input on the whole transportation project itself. I've mentioned this before, and I'm going to mention it again for the public. Don Byrne, who developed the trail, who wrote the feasibility study, submitted an 11-page document with all the B-Wall problems to the Select Board, the Planning Board, and the Active Transportation Committee, and not one of those committees has talked about it to the public. And I was at the Active Transportation meeting in September, and the Assistant Town Planner asked that committee to send a letter of support for it, but there was absolutely no discussion about it at all. I don't think that's transparent at all. I also noticed that the sponsor of this article is noted as planning. The last the public knows is we don't know who's in charge of BWALT. We've had multiple meetings where everybody's pointing the fingers at other people. I've attended the Open Space and Recreation Plan meeting. On that document, it says that the Conservation Director and the Recreation Director were supposed to be implementing BWALT. Then it was changed to the Town Manager. And now we have planning on this warrant. So who exactly is in charge of this project? This project is expensive and it's complicated, and we're asking people for money when no one is in charge of coordinating it or managing it well at all. And I watched the tri-board meeting from last night. There was a lot of discussion about the cost of things and the value and the increase in taxes. And I think BWALT is an example of where people can look at to save some dollars for the taxpayers. And lastly, I know somebody up there is going to mention, oh, BWALT is part of the master plan. Well, the master plan is dated 2021. That's almost 5 years ago. And I think, Member Silverberg, you said at the meeting last night, the world is totally different and costs have skyrocketed with inflation and everything else. So the master plan is not written in stone. It's a dynamic document, and maybe priorities have changed and people should look at it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Kevin Barry, 8 Indian Pond Road, and I will make note that I'm here instead of watching the game tonight, so we should have canceled this meeting. If you hear me in the back.
I agree.
If you hear me in the back making noises, don't mind me, I'm trying to pay
But we know who
attention.
you're cheering for, Kevin.
Of course, it's right there. I got my colors on.
Yeah.
I'll try to be brief. I think we kind of overlapped a little bit as far as information, but I just want to expand a little bit upon what Joanne had commented on with regards to this warrant Article 6. Just talk a little bit about transparency, accountability, and governance. Just to reiterate the draft, the first or second or third version that was dropped on September 12th, of the 14 articles that were on that second or third version, this was the only article that had no sponsor and no information about it. I don't understand that. And when the update came on the 26th, it listed planning as a sponsor and obviously has the article information. So I don't understand, as we discussed, is we took your word that you were going to discuss this prior to this even coming to this moment. It was mentioned in at least 2 different meetings and reaffirmed at the August 12th meeting that we should decide it based on the issues that are determined. Primarily, it's that main issue with the wetlands flagging that was determined back in mid-May by Concom that needs to be flagged and money needs to be spent. And at that meeting, you were told, or we were all told, that there was supposed to be a quote that was supposed to be coming. So that was over 4 months ago when that was determined that there was supposed to be wetlands flagging. And we spent $550,000 with GM2, and it's going to take them over 4 months to come up with a quote for that. So now we're kind of kicking the can, and now we're waiting for this additional Mass Trails grant. And I just also want to reiterate that the case that with Don Byrne's letter, no one's acknowledged it. It's as if it never happened, and I don't understand that. Basically, the board, the town, took his word as gospel when he rewrote that feasibility study. You moved ahead with an implementation plan, yet now it's like his word is nothing, and he's flagging major issues with this, primarily that Section 2, if this wetlands flagging goes over that 5,000 square foot limit, then it can't go through there. It stops, and now you're moving forward to get additional funds that we have to match, and we're asking the town. It just does not make sense. As far as fiscal responsibility, we're also talking that to date, it's $823,000 that's been spent on this. The town funds are $366,000. That's 45% of that overall cost. The town funds have funded this project, and we have nothing to show for it, and we're asking for more when there's some major things going on. As far as governance and oversight, is basically, as you know, we've been doing this for about 1.5 years plus, right? Bringing these things to light. Don Byrne has illustrated in his 11-page letter, and I might add that I overheard him talking to somebody with Friends of Bewalt that his second letter is already done and ready to go. I don't know why he hasn't dropped it, but it's even scarier than the first one, is what he quote-unquote said himself. So basically, we've talked about who's actually responsible for this. We made a presentation at Advisory Finance Committee on Thursday. That question came up, and to our surprise, town manager responded that it's going to be decided soon by the development committee or the working group that's working behind closed doors, if you will. So how is that transparent that after a January 16th joint board meeting where everybody kind of postured and was trying to take claim for it or giving each other, pointing each different ways, we haven't come up with a full scope of responsibility for this? So with that said, as we're moving forward with this article on here, keep this in terms. I kind of came up with this when I was at the Advisory Finance Committee. What if it was the case that you're building a house, right? You find out as you're building this house, there's a concrete mixture problem. There's foundational cracks. The soil is contaminated, okay? There's severe issues. And are you going to have your framer show up the next day to start framing your house when you know there's unresolved issues? So here, fiscal responsibility, common sense dictates we should take a pause. As Don Byrne said himself, look at the facts, see where we're at, and move forward after that. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any others here for open forum? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda, our second item is the open space recreation plan update with our conservation director and recreation director. Thank you for both for being here.
Hi. All right. Hi, I'm Jen Kirkland, the Recreation Director, and this is Jen Miller, Conservation Director. So we're just here to give you an update on where we're at with the open space and rec plan. We've been working with a consultant now for just over a year, and we're about at the end of end of the line here to wrap it up, so we felt it was appropriate to give you an update on where we're at. So just a little bit about what an open space and rec plan is. It's a community planning tool that demonstrates how the town can conserve open space, create more recreational opportunities, and identify improvements for ADA. This planning document is used to secure state grant funding, and the plan identifies 5 goals and 10 top priorities. It's just a timeline of what we've been through over the last year. In May of 2024, Jen and I and the consultant from UMass toured almost all of the open space and recreation areas in town. In September, we hosted 2 forums, one for the public and one for representatives from various boards and committees. In February 2025, we put out a public survey that was, we had 270 responses. This past summer, we discussed the plan at public meetings, a Recreation Commission meeting, Conservation Commission meeting, and held a public forum to get more input on the goals and action items that had come out of the plan thus far. And where we're at now is we held one final public forum to get input from the public on the action items in the plan. We'll be back, I believe, to get your support, Christie's support, a letter of support that goes with this document that is submitted to the state. And we'll also go to the planning board to get their approval, because they're the ones that actually technically own the plan. And then at the end of all of that, we'll submit this to the state for approval. So these are the 5 goals that were identified in the plan. Goal 1, protect and conserve Westborough's land resources for open space and recreation. Goal number 2 is to expand accessibility to recreation and open space. Goal 3, promote and encourage environmental awareness of Westborough's natural environment. Goal 4 is to improve Westborough's trail connectivity. And Goal 5 is to improve Westborough's recreation offerings. And so all of these goals sort of had little subpoints that were too wordy for a presentation, but it is on the website if people want to take a look at that. And within these goals, in those subsets, priorities were identified.
I'll just make one other quick note. We happen to hit this right just by good fortune that the state expanded the term of the recreation plans from 7 years to 10 years. Which caused a little bit of delay for us because we had to tweak some of our sections that were already done. But the good news is we don't have to go back through this process for a 10-year cycle. And it'll, we're getting more bang for our buck in working with the consultant. And it'll make us eligible for grant opportunities with the state, which hopefully will pick back up in the next few years and allow us to apply for those grants for both recreation and open space opportunities.
So I think that was just the point of tonight, to give you an update of where we're at, to kind of just show that this was a very public process throughout the year. There were ample opportunities for people to give input. And just to note that it came up at our last meeting, if people look on the website at the goals and priorities, you are going to see a column for people that own the project. And like the consultant explained, you'll often see various departments, and it just means that these departments or people would likely be involved in the process somewhere. And he joked that the town manager is usually identified on almost all of them, because obviously they would be, consulted in some way at some point during any given project. So that's why oftentimes you'll see multiple departments and often the town manager. Happy to answer any questions. We are going to the select board, planning board, like I said, to get their approval in the future. But
Let's open it up for questions or comments.
I don't have anything. I mean, I think it's great. It's, I know it's taken a while. I went to a lot of the meetings. I've read through the plan, not every page, 'cause it's pretty long, but I think it's well done. I'm glad we hired a consultant for this one. It was much more comprehensive than the last one, although the last one was well done. I thought this one covered a lot more bases, so that's all I have.
So for those who weren't able to attend all the 3, could you just go back to the prior slide? Nope, one more, I'm sorry. Okay, so this is going to be a tool and to guide acquisition decisions, maybe zoning, like how would this tool be used? Could you explain that to the public?
So basically, through those 5 goals, as Jen kind of talked about earlier, within those goals, there's action steps broken out that set our priorities for the 10 years moving forward. So if there are particular parcels that the town's interested in, those are listed in the plan. Having them listed in the open space plan helps us when we go to apply for grant funding for acquisitions, or if we're looking for CPA funding and trying to, tell the story of why it's a priority for the town. That certainly helps us. And then in terms of, even from like a recreation perspective, if there are priorities for, say, the community center that are set out in the plan, again, that helps us when applying for additional funding so that it's not all driven through the general fund. That's,
Okay.
That's the idea. And it is meant to be a document that dovetails into, like, we worked with the consultant to look at our master plan so that we could see that we don't have goals that are like not aligned from
Sure.
one plan to the other.
Great, that's great to know. So in the 5 areas, do you have a slide prepared that would show sort of at a high level, here are some of the prioritizations we're recommending? Do we have that?
Yeah, so Jen had pointed, if you go to the website or the webpage, there's a sheet that our consultant put together that goes through the
I think it would just be helpful to
priorities.
show that. I mean, we have, as Mark already mentioned, pages in our packet, but for the public sort of here, we're going to submit a plan and they don't kind of understand, like, well, what does it actually mean? Give me some examples. I think it would be helpful to walk through a couple of those in the goal areas.
Sure. You want us to read through a few of them? Okay. Because I know that that's a little bit probably hard to read.
Yeah, I mean,
on
I
the
think
screen.
just, even just like some of the high priority goals, maybe just in each category that are being recommended. Because it is hard to read.
So, for instance, I guess I'm going to be more familiar with the conservation ones, and then I'll defer to Jen for the recreation items. But so, for instance, for open space acquisitions, specifically, it's going to say to prioritize open space acquisitions, and then when you would go to the relevant section within the plan to look at where those priorities, the rankings are for the individual parcels. And then it speaks to invasive habitat or invasive species removal projects, habitat restoration, managing land for climate mitigation and resilience, management plans for the conservation areas, exploring investments that reduce maintenance needs, expand stewardship programs for new volunteers, use trail counters or cameras to set trail priorities. So in other words, we want to focus our funding and our projects towards our conservation areas that have the higher use. Improve environmental education, coordinate information and conservation names. And so I would say, some of these are low-hanging fruit, things that'll be relatively easy for us to achieve in the 10-year time frame ahead. And some of them might be more challenging if there are major acquisitions that we're looking to move forward with. It depends on availability and the willingness of the owners, the current owners to sell, and then also funding opportunities. And then there are projects in here about trail connectivity that have to do with the charm bracelet, and exploring funding opportunities and grants, increasing ADA access. That's something that we've been working on at least in the last few years that I've been here, but something that we can certainly continue to improve upon. You want to touch on some recreation?
Can I just ask for clarifying? So in this chart, could you just scroll down just where, so we can see the header, so the public can see the header, the blue there? Yep. So priority ranking in this section, it just for clarity, 1 is highest priority, and then it moves down. So these are listed in sequential order. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So goal 5 is improve Westborough's recreation offerings. So this one, priority 1, complete the community center. Obviously that is a priority for the town to do the fit up and all of that. So obviously that's a high priority. And then, and I apologize, this might be an older one because some of you might be seeing Hakamaka Pond on here, but out in one of the public info sessions, it came out that the committee's been disbanded or is planning to be disbanded, and there's really not much forward motion we can go with that. So that has been updated, so I'm just using an older copy of this just to see. But let's see. So, okay, so improve Westborough Recreation offering, so it's still goal 5 and a lower priority, but to explore the regulations around Veterans Freedom Park. That's something we've talked about for a long time, about what are really the rules and regs up there. Expand pocket parks, tot lots, things like that. Develop, recreation areas to allow, for turf fields, more ball fields, things like that. So it, again, like Jen said, it's a guide that's ties in well with the master plan, the strategic plan. He also looked at the senior needs assessment. So all of these are the idea is that they're cohesive and that they're all tools that we can use when projects come up and when we're capital planning and things like that.
All right, thank you. And where specifically can folks find this if they want to dive deep into this report? Or you said it was posted somewhere, I just wasn't clear.
Yeah, so on the opens, there's specifically a page that has, if you go through the open space committee page, you can then link to the whole document, which is a few hundred pages. So it's a little bit of a long read. It's a dense document.
Yep.
And then if you specifically just want to kind of get the kind of like zoomed out version of it and kind of take it at a higher level, there's not only this, I'll call it a worksheet, because this is what we used in the workshop sessions or the outreach sessions, but there's also, our consultant pulled out and made a separate document that had just the last sections, which are the goals and action plan.
Okay, thank you.
So if someone really wants to just take a look at that, they can.
Yeah, our quick start learners that don't want all the details, yeah. And so what is the time frame for, once it's submitted to the state, what are the next steps? I know we had the timeline up there. It's not clear to me.
So because we want to stay eligible for grant funding and not have a gap there, we've already submitted a draft so that they would agree, basically, the Department of Conservation Services within DCR,
Yep.
agreeing that we have at least a substantial draft.
Okay.
So that keeps us going in terms of continuity for grant applications. And then assuming we get all of our letters of support from the various boards over the next month or so, and get that submitted to the state end of October, early November, then we should have approval for, I would say, end of 2025, early 2026, because really they've already reviewed a lot of our standard sections. The first half of it is pretty standard. It's the action plan that tends to vary from town to town.
All right, I think this is my final question, but so once it's approved, and how will this be socialized to the various boards and committees that are impacted within their responsibilities for what's here?
Almost similar to the master plan, having like an implementation. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Well, I'm just wondering, we benefit from having lots of plans and studies now that we keep tying back to, and I love the cohesiveness. But I think it's sort of human nature to be like, oh yeah, there's that thing, and like, does that really tie to us? Like, how are we going to really roll this out? And so, yes, I guess it is an implementation question, and setting expectations for open space, recreation, conservation, CPA, because that might be something that they want to understand, like, is a project coming before a prioritization here, active transportation safety committee, et cetera.
Right. So I think it depends on the level of the project. I know that's not a really concise answer, but so if it's what I'll call a lower hanging fruit project, something that maybe recreation or conservation can accomplish within their regular operational budget,
Sure.
then those are things that we've had input on with the consultant to make a priority, because we know these things are on our horizon, and we want them to be incorporated into the plan because of their importance.
Yeah.
Whereas if they're bigger items, I think it actually fits in really nicely with the direction we're heading with the capital plan, and this is a 10-year plan, and we're doing 15-year forecasting now.
Yep.
So as this plan gets approved, we would take another look, department by department, or committee by committee, at how the larger capital items get incorporated into that capital plan and
Yep.
other funding mechanisms too.
Great. No, and I'm happy to hear both sides of that coin, that, departmentally, if you can incorporate something within your budget and it's aligned with the various guiding documents that influence your work, that's what we ask you to do. For those larger projects, the tie into the capital piece is important, as well as the other plans. So,
Yeah.
great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Tremendous job. Just, 15 pages outlining every single property that's impacted on, the outline just, and, the condition and everything, a ton of work here. I had a question regarding, I see the schools listed here as well. They don't fall underneath the town. I'm wondering how did they end up on the document? How are the priorities determined for the school properties? Because I do see priorities determined. Are those based on the school, feedback you've received? How is that determined?
Well, I'll take a crack at it, and if you want to add anything, Jen. So as far as the schools, mostly what our consultant looked at was the playgrounds, because those do have a public access component to them outside of school hours, and there are town property, even though they're managed through the school board and through the school department. So they are considered, one of our public recreation resources, because they are used by the public outside of school hours. And that drives home the point, the need for pocket parks and community playgrounds, right? We don't really have them outside of the school facilities, but that's another tangent. So outside of that, this report also encapsulates what was already done with the ADA review a couple of years back. I think it was 2020 into 2021. So that predates my time here, but I know that all of the facilities were looked at with that funding allocation, including the school facilities. So it incorporates that whole ADA review into this plan, and specifically to get the playground data.
Got it. So if it's determined for one of the schools that there is a priority that's listed here, and it's a high priority, that I take it that is passed back to the school committee, and they determine whether or not that project is worth bringing forward to the town if it has dollars associated with it.
Yeah, so if, I don't know, if Jen, if you can bring up the slide that showed the input timeline. So we worked with all the different stakeholder groups back in September of last year, and then provided outreach again this year. So the idea is that all these different groups have had a chance to give input on that plan, so that we're not prioritizing something that they would say, oh, that's not really like a high priority for us. So they've had the opportunity for input, whether we've gotten it back or not, it's, varies by group.
Got it. Got it. No, thank you. And I think it's great that everything is incorporated in this document. I'm just sort of trying to figure out then, as decisions are being made on this plan that affect different groups, like, how do they move forward? So it makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Yeah, and I think the same would be true for the schools, right? So if there is an item, say one of the playgrounds where there's play structures that are either aged or not ADA compliant, they can see that it's a priority in this plan for that reason, and then they can seek funding opportunities for that as well, whether it's through general fund, through the town, through warrant articles, or through a grant funding opportunity. The idea is to try and ensure that our facilities become more ADA compliant over time, regardless of who in the town is responsible for them.
Got it. And since it's been identified within this plan by an independent body, that then is what then drives the availability for, or part of the availability for grants.
It does, and there's actually funding specifically directed at ADA compliance as well. So that's an opportunity depending on the cost of the project.
So, and I would imagine our playgrounds are a high priority for that ADA compliance. So,
Sure, playgrounds, sidewalks, things that are going to have a lot of access, like a higher user ratio. Yeah.
Terrific. No, thank you very much.
Sure.
Fantastic job.
Great. Mine will be really quick. Again, thank you bringing this forward. Just so we understand in this slide here, so this is coming to us tonight. It's not an action item for us tonight. It was really an update to this. And just, are you looking for us at some point to provide, so will you come back, or are you just looking for us to put on the agenda to, in essence, endorse a final copy?
Yeah, I
Before,
think
and then is that before you go to the planning board, or is it simultaneous?
so it'll be around the same time frame. I think Jen right now is looking at going before the planning board on the 7th of October. I unfortunately have Concom at the exact same time, but so the idea would be to get approval from all of the different conservation, planning board, recreation, select board, whether it's an authorization for Christie to submit a letter or whether you specifically, sign a letter. The idea would be to get those letters of support over the next month or so.
Okay.
And so we would be coming back. We just would like to give you more time to review the finished document, so the final version of it.
Yeah. And to that point, when is the final version?
Should be in the next few days.
Okay.
I think we have an updated version that came through recently. We just didn't want to throw it at you in the last couple days and say, surprise.
Yeah. Stop reading what you read and yeah.
Yeah.
And you answered my question on Hockomock, so that was great. No, perfect. So yeah, once we get that, we'll work on getting on the agenda and get a letter of support for it. Again, thank you for coming in front of us and just great work. It's a lot of stuff here, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda, request to place a bench at Lake Chauncey, in a memorial bench program. I read it fast, my eyes are going bad. I said request, I thought it was request to place a beach at Lake Chauncey, and so we already got one there. No, but request to place a bench, so thank you.
Thank you. So we have a specific bench request that brought us here tonight, and we'll go through that, but we also have, through Conservation, Recreation, DPW, and working with Christie, put together a proposed bench program and policy. You all have that in your packet. And so just an approach to try and avoid having to come back to the board for each individual bench and have a variety of locations predetermined at a few of our facilities that would be acceptable locations. So Jen Kirkland, Brian Kane, and myself went out and basically walked through all of Lake Chauncey, which is where we get the majority of the requests for benches, and marked out locations. So on this memorial bench layer that we put together with Pam in the IT office. The ones in yellow are already existing, and it covers both picnic tables and benches, and the ones in green are the ones that are available. And then we have another color for pending. So right now, this is on the shoreline of Lake Chauncey. Bench 10 is the one that has been requested. Our hope is to make this a publicly available layer if the select board is comfortable with the program and the policy that we've put forward. And then interested parties can explore this layer online through ArcGIS, which is available through the town website. And they can click on the available locations and see photos and who the responsible department is that they should be reaching out to. So Conservation has the parcels along the shoreline. Recreation has the interior parcels with the recreational fields. Again, this is specific to Lake Chauncey. I think we mapped out a total of 18 potential locations. Doesn't mean they're all going to get a bench, but we wanted to give folks a variety of locations. And so location 10 is the one that the current request is that they're interested in. Jen has more of the details on the actual application for that.
Yep, so we were approached by a resident that was over by the lake, and he was interested in putting a bench at the lake to for him and his wife. And I don't know, I'm sure it is in the policy, but the way it works is they would purchase the bench and pay for all of the materials associated with installing the bench, and they can, this is the location that they picked. They actually picked another location that after we looked at it, just it didn't make a lot of sense. So this is what they're asking for, and I think it's pretty straightforward. And I should mention too that all of the benches will be uniform, so we will guide them on where to purchase the bench from, what style, what color, so that they all, look uniform throughout the property.
And if I read the policy correctly, it looks like they'll provide the funding, but the town staff will order. Is that correct? So that way how we keep it consistent in terms of
Yeah,
the same plaques, the same benches, et cetera?
yeah.
I think, if I may, the bench program and policy sort of goes hand in hand with the naming, because I think the board was approached last year with a lot of these kinds of requests, and so trying to put a program around it so that people have better understanding of what might be available to them, and then maybe make the process a little bit easier. This is something that our management analyst had started working on, but then left position, and then we weren't able to fill it. So it's something that Jen and Brian worked on to complete.
Yep. So I love the idea of having a policy and streamlining, so that's awesome. Excited that a resident is interested in improving the area, and those benches look great, and I know that they're utilized a lot. I assume we're going to take, I actually don't remember what's in our packet, if we're taking a vote on the bench separate, and then
Yes,
okay, so
it's
it's
two.
really two votes. Okay,
Yep.
so my comments are really around the policy and just kind of the plan here. So was there any contemplation as specific to this area that you walked to any other amenities? So there are places where there are, like, I'm going to call them bench swings, for example. Like this is like up in Burlington, Vermont. They've got them all along the waterfront, right? So it looks like we contemplated benches, which is great. That's pretty intuitive. Do we contemplate anything else? And is there room for that in this plan if we didn't contemplate it?
I'll say that as a group, we discussed, how far down the rabbit hole we wanted to fall with flagpoles, trees, that sort of thing. We decided for now just to stick with memorial benches. We do want to offer both an ADA and a non-ADA option, because depending on the location, it may or may not make sense to make it ADA accessible. So they'll have both options, so there'll be two different styles, and the concrete pad and approach would look a little bit different depending on that. But for this, we only presented memorial benches. It's not that we couldn't add other components. We did capture picnic tables just because we felt like if there's a picnic table close by, we may not need a bench.
Yep.
But I know that Brian Kane, also working with Pam, has a different asset layer. So this is a memorial bench layer specifically. He has an asset layer that also encapsulates other amenities in the different athletic fields and park facilities, so that he can keep track of them. But that doesn't really, doesn't.
Yeah, no.
It's
it
not
does. It
specific
sounds
to
like
memorial, like purchasing.
Yeah, you for this request and the outstanding sort of project that created where we're at today, and it sounds like there's room for other amenities, if you will. You mentioned something that I hadn't thought of, but the benches, we have benches. Are we offering folks, if they wanted to do like a bench picnic table, like you mentioned the picnic, like, is that an offering, or this is only benches?
This only contemplates benches.
Okay.
Because I think that's what we get a request for the most.
Okay.
But I think there's a couple important points that, regardless of what the amenity is, that we need to be thinking about. It's that this is a full cost recovery program.
Yep.
So that the town isn't bearing any cost burden other than our time to meet with applicants or interested parties. So they're paying for the cost of the bench, the shipping costs, and also the installation, which includes, for this amenity, a poured concrete pad, and if it's ADA accessible, an ADA approach from the roadway or from the sidewalk.
Okay. My only comments on the policy itself, other than those questions I had, was it says interested parties must submit the completed memorial bench request form. It doesn't say anywhere in the policy to whom. So we should make that clear in the policy where that's
Sure.
going, particularly because we've got 3 different bodies, DPW, Conservation, Recreation, that could be potentially weighing in on the location?
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's a great point. And so the way that would work, we have it kind of set up similarly for if someone wants to make a hazardous tree removal request with conservation, it goes to a general conservation email. So they can fill out that, click on the link, fill out the form online, and it comes to our conservation email. So both Sam and I get that. So in this case, since it's Jen, Brian, and I that are overseeing at the department head level for this program, we would set up whatever the name of it's going to be, like
Memorial
Bench
Bench
at
Yeah.
Westborough MA, and then it would come to all 3 of us, and whoever's responsible for it.
Okay.
So like when they clicked on Memorial Bench 10,
Yep.
it brings up that the responsible department is conservation. So
Okay. Well, just make sure that, I think that's
It's
in there,
clear.
and also, I mean, when things are online, it's great because you can click and go and whatever, but people change, don't want any of you to leave, people change, email addresses may not get routed properly.
Yep.
Let's just make sure that it's clear where this is going. So if I'm printing this off and I'm not doing it online and I'm like, oh, I gotta wander around town to find out who I submit this to, it should be clear to whom they would be submitting
Sure.
this if someone wants to do it the old-fashioned way. The other thing is the language. There was something in here about language. The plaque can include verbiage up to 4 lines with approximately 46 characters. And before that it says, in honor, in memoriam, or other suitable language approved by town staff. So, again, who's town staff and who's approving it is my question.
yeah, so it would be each individual department. So if it's on conservation property, it would get funneled through conservation. DPW would still work with the contractor for installation, regardless of whether it's conservation or
Yep.
recreation.
So the language is approved by each, the governing body, if you will.
Correct, but I don't, it would be approved at the department level. In other words, it wouldn't necessarily come back to the Conservation Commission or the Recreation Committee. It would be approved through the departments, and I think we would have internally like standardized language, suggestions or examples of how it should look.
Okay, I'm sorry, the world's a wacky place, and I know what the intent here is, but someone's suitable language, there's a lot of gray and free speech and everything else, so we just need to be aware of that. So I want to make sure we're covered on the town side, and I also think clarification approved by the applicable, like tie it back to recreation, conservation,
Sure.
whatever, in the policy. Those are
Yep.
my only comments. I'm glad that we have a policy.
Other comments?
Oh, thank you for moving forward with this. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think you mentioned there are multiple locations besides Chauncey that are currently available. Here it mentions also Minuteman Park and Sandra Pond. Are there any others you're contemplating going forward, or those primarily where?
Well, when we first put this together, it was those 3 locations, but now, and mostly because Sandra Pond and Minuteman also already have benches, so it seemed to be a natural fit to include the existing locations and potential additional locations. But we've had requests come in for Veterans Freedom Park, so we've added that in here, but it needs to be added to the policy. I think there's room to add more, but that's later in the agenda, so I don't want to skip ahead.
Okay. Well, I
That
know-
was gonna be my question is, and you've answered it now, but it was, we have those on there because it's come forward on places that aren't contemplated here, but I guess the other one would be Bay State Commons. I know we have benches there, whether that would be added as well. I think there may not be
Yeah.
spots there anymore.
Well, there are
but-
lots of, there's Haskell, there are lots of other spaces where this could be. So my lens, correct me if I'm wrong, was that this is a starting place and we may add other
Different
locations. And those additions would come through to us as an amendment to the policy, right? To
Yes.
approve. Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Yep, we do have language in here, though, like if we didn't want to, like, hold up an installation somewhere. It says additional parks and conservation areas may be added upon approval by the approving authority, so.
Sorry to cut you off.
So I guess just, it would be, it's helpful to be clear, if we want it to be something, if we're gonna add a new facility, that it would come back to the board versus
Yeah.
it being an internal process.
I mean, I think consistent with how we've managed policies, we should do that. I mean, that, we've heard this once. I think it's probably just a quick update. This is why we're doing it, and always good advertisement for the opportunity too.
Yeah,
Sean, back to you.
I would just imagine that, since you're also providing a link, right, to the GIS map, which is going to show each of the individual sites that are available, I don't know if it's necessary to do all the locations on here, especially if they may be changing in the future. You know, once you've made a decision on a site, you're going to determine locations that benches would be available, and I guess you could just update the GIS map and it would automatically update this document rather than, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it would be updated in at least the application, and so we basically included in your packet a sample application from another town that seemed to cover all the bases that we were looking for with the bench request form. But we would obviously tailor that to Westborough, but they have it set up so that you're specifically checking off which facility you're interested in, and this would be an online form that you would access together with this layer. And so folks would be able to click on the actual facility, and the map would bring them to that facility and show the available locations. And then one other, I guess, piece of that I forgot to point out with the costs is that the cost covers the expected useful life. So it's not an in perpetuity kind of thing. When that bench is no longer viable or useful, you know, the town wouldn't be responsible for replacement cost.
If we decide to replace it.
We would not be responsible, right?
Right, exactly.
Can I just clarify, Sean, I wasn't saying we should be like approving locations. I was just saying as general areas are added, I think that's an amendment to the policy that we should approve, not the specific locations, just to be clear.
Got it. Okay. All right. No, I think this looks fantastic. Thank you to the Warrens for making this donation, and thank you to others who may come before us tonight. This is terrific. Thank you very much for your work here.
Mark?
I think most of my questions were answered. The request form is to be created, but it'll be modeled after the one that was in our packet from another town. We're not going to ask the Warrens to go back and fill that out or make three choices. We're going to vote on that tonight. I guess I would just add something to the policy that it says by purchasing a bench to honor or remember a loved one. I would like to clarify that loved one have a tangible connection to Westborough. If somebody comes in tomorrow and wants to purchase a bench in honor of Charlie Kirk, I don't really want that controversy or headache. So, there's really nothing in this policy that would prevent that. And
No, there isn't.
I just think it's
that's somebody's, fundamental right to free speech.
Well, and I don't think we
on
want.
town property.
I don't think we want, that goes back to the language that I was saying what are the guidelines, right? Like, I don't want someone putting something there that is code for something that's offensive to people, right? Or, right, this is intended to be in memoriam, but I don't expect town staff to ask for, I know you're not saying this, an ancestry report of, I'm related to so-and-so. I think if someone wants to beautify the area by putting a bench in, and they want to pay for the cost, and it meets the guidelines, I don't feel the need for it to be tied to in memory of someone here in Westborough. I personally don't. But.
Yeah, I just think it's kind of odd to put a bench up for 20 years in an area that I don't know. I feel differently about it. I feel like it should have some tangible connection to Westborough, whether it be a resident, a pet, a town employee, but not somebody that really has no connection to the property where it's being placed. I feel like that,
Well, I don't know that it's going to be a connection to where it's being placed. I mean, in this case, the Warrens, they actually, have a connection because of where they live, and, it's very relevant, but there are other people who might just go, oh, it's like, I want to put one at Minuteman, and,
Yeah, just, I've been privy to quite a few of these requests, and one that comes to mind is, I think that, I understand what you're saying, but I think there's a broad spectrum. Someone wanted a bench, they didn't live, they were from Worcester, and they just loved walking here. Like, that was the only connection. So I think there's a spectrum of, like, I understand what you're saying, but I think it could just be, it's pretty.
yeah, I'm afraid that somebody might abuse that and turn it into some type of political statement. And I'm trying to avoid that, but I agree with Sean's point about free speech. I just, I'll be frustrated if we get 5 benches tomorrow with, divergent messages.
well, I think the message is clear. It's in memory of, and so on and so forth. It's not, so.
I would say correct, it's a memorial bench program, so it's not geared towards just, I want to purchase a bench and put a political statement on it. However, I get your point that in putting it in honor of somebody can make a political statement. I don't know that that's our discretion to choose who's worthy and who's not. We haven't put anything in this policy about being at the discretion of the town. We can certainly add that in for review, but it's not included currently.
I like the policy as is. I think it covers it, and we can always amend it as time goes on if we see issues with it. But I appreciate bringing this forward. I think we will expand locations. Does seem to be something that people really appreciate, the ability to do that. I love the fact, of course, that it doesn't cost us anything, that they're paid for through donations, but it does, it gets, and as Shelby said, they get well used. People appreciate them. I do like the language in here too about no additional plantings, flowers, or decorations, because we want it to be uniform and kept up, and I think that's great that we have that in there. I was happy to see that.
Yeah, and maybe I used a bad example, but, I'm just trying to, I don't really care which side of that, how your feelings are about that or whatever. I guess what I'm trying to use as an example that I think would just turn into a headache for everybody. Regardless of how you feel, you have some people who would think that's a good memorial and some people who don't, and it would just turn into a controversy instead of what I think these benches are intended to do. So I'm fine moving it forward. I just don't want to see it abused and turned into something it shouldn't be.
Yeah,
Sorry, no, go ahead.
I appreciate you raising the concern. I think we're looking for issues where there aren't any, and I think to Ian's point, if it becomes something where it's like, oh God, like we can revisit the policy, and then we end up with a bench or two that we're like, like we got to figure out, and I don't think it's an issue.
So did we want to do this as 2 votes?
Can
or-
we?
Sure.
Can I just,
Yep.
because of the way the policy is set up and for payment, you would also need you have a third motion that's required to establish a gift account. So I have that motion.
Can you pass that down?
If you can.
Yes, that's pretty official.
Just for clarification, then, in the motion that I am that I'm anticipating, are we adding, as amended, kind of as we've talked about, so clarifying departments, email, who's, again, it's great when this is online, but when someone wants to print it off and I'm not technically inclined, where do I bring this form to? That has to be clear. That's not clear here on the policy.
Yeah.
So if we're okay with those amendments, I'm okay with moving this forward. I don't want to hold it up.
I think those changes would be easy for us to incorporate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're more clarification.
And it might be that it's on the memorial bench request form that's in that click link, depending on the form.
Yeah, right, or submit to,
Yeah.
right, whatever, right. So I would move to approve the installation of a bench as requested by James and Deborah Warren.
Second?
Okay, any further comments? All those in favor? It's 4-0, 4 being present.
And I would move to approve the memorial bench program and policy as amended to be administered through the Recreation, Conservation, and Public Works Department.
Second?
All those in favor? It's 4-0, 4 being present.
I move to establish a memorial bench gift account for the purpose of funding the memorial bench program to be expended under the DPW director.
Second.
All those in favor? 4-0, 4 being present. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's exciting.
Yeah,
Thanks.
that's awesome.
Okay, next on the agenda is a senior transportation program update from our senior and social services director. As folks noted, this is something that we had requested a update on, so.
Can I just add to it? So,
Yep.
I think just to be clear about the timing of the update, it's still pretty early in the program. But the reason that we're bringing it forward to you before you close the warrant is because the budget adjustment Article 3, which requests some budget restoration, is really dependent on this program being an ongoing program. So we wanted to provide an update so that the board could have more information before placing it on the warrant.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm not sure what I did wrong with the screen.
Really nothing.
I thought it was going to turn right on, but I was wrong.
Could be us.
This technology always runs so smooth.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for Kim.
Kendra, I'll wait for that. Do you want to just introduce yourself?
Sure.
So
I'm Kendra. I'm the Senior and Social Services Director for the town of Westborough. Do you want me to try the old-fashioned unplug it and plug it back in? Okay. Okay. Anyway, moving on. So as of July 1st, 2025.
So are there visuals? Because I don't think we should proceed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's, sorry.
Oh,
There we go.
There we go.
Just took a second.
Christy just had to turn it, right?
Magic.
Oh,
Oh,
Whoop, whoop.
I think it's the wire. If
okay.
I leave it there,
There we go.
it stays on, so I won't move it. I'll just stand over here. All right, so hi, everybody. I'm Kendra. I'm the Senior and Social Services Director for the town of Westborough. And as of July 1st, the Westborough Senior Center has entered in a partnership with the Worcester Regional Transit Authority, which I will now refer to as the WRTA. This was done with the unanimous support of both the Select Board and the Council on Aging. It is a financial benefit of approximately $90,000 to the town. So for the month of July, we totaled 384 rides. 93.75 of our pickups were early or on time. 253 rides were Westborough to Westborough. 87 participants used the service to get to work. 49 came to the senior center, and 68 used the service for medical purposes. The rest were sort of a variation thereof of shopping and different appointments. 84 rides were given to non-Westborough residents, and rides that we did 47 rides that prior to July 1st we would not have been able to do. And what that means is prior to July 1st, our service was just Westborough to Westborough, so those were all trips for Westborough residents that went out of town. In August, we totaled 341 rides. 95.8 of our pickups were early or on time. 210 rides were Westborough to Westborough. 65 participants used the service to get to work. 38 came to the senior center. 65 used the service for a medical purpose. 48 rides were given to non-Westborough residents. And rides that could not have been completed prior to July 1st were 83, again, just for Westborough residents. And I do want to mention that as the months go on, we are expecting to see the number of non-Westborough residents using this service to go down, because as more Westborough residents fill in those time slots, there will be less space in the schedule for out-of-town users of the transportation. But that is part of our agreement, where now we are working sort of in a district in a partnership with other towns through the WRTA. So these reports are given to me monthly. Unfortunately, it's really hard to sort of quantify September because the sheets that I get on paper change throughout the day, so they're using computer systems, and until the WRTA is able to finish all the statistics for September, I don't really have a good way of reporting that. But I did go through all of the individual sheets day by day, and I have noticed that the number of out-of-town users continues to trend downward. So some of the prior year statistics, this is before entering in the agreement with the WRTA. We totaled 4,719 rides, but this includes transportation to senior center events and group outings, which our WRTA numbers are not including. So we are still using the town-owned bus to do those rides. So that would be this evening. We have a concert, so all of the people that came for the concert tonight did use a town-owned bus, so that was not counted in our September numbers. And we averaged 393.25 riders per month, but these were hand-kept records that somebody would call in, their information would get written down, and then at the end of the day, typed into Excel to make a schedule. So the exact sort of validity of that number is a little bit hard to say, because if somebody called and canceled, they wouldn't have necessarily gotten removed from that number. So it could, more than likely, is probably lower than the number that we have. Some of the other information to continue, the statistics for this year do not include the trips taken on the senior center owned buses. We went apple picking yesterday. That's not a WRTA trip. That was a senior center bus, so that wouldn't count in our transportation numbers. The summer is also usually slower for public transportation. People tend to rely on the public transportation as the weather gets worse, so we will probably notice more of a spike in the winter time. In the summer, more people feel comfortable driving themselves to appointments and stuff. So the contract with the WRTA reimburses us driver time, gas, fringe benefits for the part-time drivers, and allows us to offer our transportation service at no cost to users, while also allowing us to bring people to places that we could not bring them before. So we are continuing to get the word out. We had a postponement, but we actually just filmed this morning the part of a commercial at the senior center with Westborough Cable. We had a weather delay last week, so they came out and got some footage of the van, and we are going to put together a commercial that will be available on YouTube and through Westborough Cable. And we have been providing the information to any resident who calls about transportation. We've been encouraging them to contact the WRTA. We've been helping them get signed up and set up and figure out how to use the service. And their WRTA phone number has been advertised in our newsletter. So the program is very new, so we don't really have a way to get feedback by way of a survey, but we are in regular contact with residents and the WRTA to hear any concerns or needs, and we have been able to address things as they come up. We have not received any complaints about the service as a whole, but there have been incidences of concerns that we addressed as it happened, and a survey of the service is planned hopefully for March of 2026. That's kind of a tentative date to allow for the select board to hear feedback before voting on the next contract. And I also just want to take this opportunity while people are here to encourage anybody who's interested in a part-time job that can really affect the community to apply to be a minibus driver. We are probably looking for 2 additional drivers. If you have questions about what the day looks like, please call the senior center. I'd be happy to explain a little bit more, but I would be remiss in my duty if I didn't plug that, at least now while I have the chance.
And these do not require a CDL?
They do not require a CDL. So the WRTA buses are smaller than the quote-unquote big bus that the town owns, that the senior center had been using, that required a CDL. So you just need a regular driver's license. And any other training will be provided for you.
Kendra, could you, I know we had a chance to talk yesterday a
Yeah.
little bit, but you mentioned the out-of-town trips and an individual that has gone, I think, to Worcester in the hospital, and just the comments you received. And I think it's just a great piece because, again, that's something that we weren't doing before. So.
We did get some really positive feedback from a resident. And again, this program is really new, and I completely understand that, especially as we age, adapting to change can be really difficult. And this is, for some, a big change. But we got some really positive feedback where we had somebody who's a regular user of the senior center who has up until very recently been able to transport herself, use our service to get to Worcester, and was so thrilled that she called me like 3 times in 1 week to tell me, I just want you to know, I got to my doctor's appointment at St. Vincent's. I could not have gotten there before. I don't know what I would have done, and I really appreciate it, and it was so easy. And they picked me right up at my front door, and then they brought me right home, and I didn't have to worry about parking, and I never know where to park at St. Vincent's. So it was really great. And it's good to hear. We don't always get the positive feedback, so it's really good to hear that for people it is working out and they're able to get to places that they couldn't before.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kendra, thank you very much. I guess, to advertise, what is the criteria for people to be able to use the bus?
So the bus is available at no cost to residents over the age of 60 and adults with disabilities. The piece with adults with disabilities is a little bit beyond my expertise, but they would have to sort of submit a certification from a doctor that they were disabled if they're under the age of 60 to the WRTA, and that would also allow them to use the service for free. So this is a curb-to-curb service where residents are able to get picked up at the front door of either their house, or if they live in an apartment complex or condo complex, at sort of the best and safest exit point. And then they get brought to the front door of, if they're going to Wegmans, they get brought to the front door of Wegmans and picked back up where they were dropped off. And they will either get picked up by a white WRTA bus, or if there is no bus in the area, they will get a yellow cab. Again, completely free, and the cabs, as well as the bus drivers, are Corey checked, which is, I know, sometimes a concern, but the cab drivers are also Corey checked as well.
Thank you.
Well, you're about to hear some more positive feedback, because I thought that was a great presentation. I think the program appears to be working quite well. I'm hoping that our seniors embrace it and use it, and we can expand it if necessary. You anticipated all my questions, so I really have nothing more to add.
Thanks, Kendra. Understanding all of my comments are based in, this is early, so I appreciate the data you were able to present so far. I will just at a high level share some data that I'd be interested in, when we kind of get to that place. So comparison of riders year over year, which you gave us some sense, but that will give us a good sense. Trips year over year. If we have the ability to capture unique trips, if we have, you've touched on categories of trip destinations, so I think that's great. It gives us a sense of how transportation is being used. You mentioned costs, so this service isn't, if I'm under the age of 60 and not disabled, I cannot use this service.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
And so my alternative for that here in Westborough really is VIA, right?
Right.
Is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. So,
And just VIA is a completely separate program, so
Yes,
I am
you
not
don't
the right
oversee
person to
that one.
ask about that for sure.
that's fine. Would we have a way, or don't answer this, if we have a way to capture the age of riders, it would be helpful to kind of see that, because over time trending that would be great. I'm happy to hear the positive story. I did hear that there were a few hiccups in the beginning. I'm wondering if you could just kind of generally speak to what you were able to resolve them, but what were some of the challenges that you've seen so far, And have they, have those changed in frequency, gone up or down?
So I think one challenge that we had, unfortunately, was that the WRTA's computer system was hacked. Like, I don't know if it was the first or second week of us starting this program, which is obviously an unforeseen problem that they could not do anything about, but also we could not do anything about. So that did result in some delays, which was very frustrating. And I think that there were a lot of people that were concerned that that would be a trend, but they were able to recover pretty quickly and get those computers back online, which helped quite a bit. Because without those computers, the drivers don't have a fully updated, like minute-to-minute schedule, so to speak. So if somebody cancels, they don't have a way of finding immediately. So that did provide some delays. Luckily, like I said, they were able to get their computer system back on track, which was great. I think, as with anything, the biggest issue is just getting people used to the new phone number and the change, which is, again, change is really difficult as we age, so it can be really tricky to have in your head, well, I always call the senior center for my ride, and they bring me where I need to go. I think just getting people used to, you call this phone number, they call you back the night before your ride and confirm their 20-minute window, and that is kind of how it works. That was a little bit tricky, but I think for the most part, what I have seen is that a lot of the daily regular users of the Westborough Senior Center Transit are using the WRTA, as well as some people that I don't even know that don't come to the senior center have used this service, and I think that that's great that they're using what's available to them and sort of managed it on their own. I think that that's really great, and it shows that it's kind of out there and people are hearing about it.
Can I just add, and Kendra told me this, so you can jump in. But I think one of the other things that it's just educating people about the process. So I think one of the other challenges that was identified, at least in a few cases, was when folks called and said and thought, I should, instead of giving the pickup time or the time that they would mix up the time that they wanted to be there with potentially the pickup time. And I think that is challenging. I think that I don't know that is unique to the WRTA program because it probably happened before.
Yeah.
But I know that if you have heard about that, like that's just continued education, I think, about just using any transportation program, but this one, now that this is ours.
We had a few instances where a resident said, I need to be somewhere I need to be picked up at 9, meaning she wanted to be where she was going at 9 o'clock. But the way that she's kind of conveyed her message, she made it sound like that's when she wanted the bus to be at her house. So I think once we kind of worked through some of those very specific things, and we worked through, the resident ended up calling us, and we were able to communicate to the WRTA what point she was trying to get across, which worked out well, and we sort of smoothed out that situation.
Yeah, it's a big change. Can you just clarify, because you mentioned non-Westborough residents using the service, so people that don't understand kind of that district part, right, go, wait a second, why are we paying as taxpayers into this program?
Right. So because we are now joined with the WRTA, there are 8 towns that are a part of this as senior centers providing the same transportation in our area. So what that means is if there's a Westborough resident that, say, gets dropped off at UMass Memorial, and on the driver, and there's a Shrewsbury resident who is already at UMass Memorial who needs a return trip, and the Westborough driver is going to drive through Shrewsbury, they will have that driver bring the Shrewsbury resident home to kind of make an easier schedule on everybody.
Well, it's efficient too, right?
It's more efficient, and so that also doesn't take into account how many Westborough residents may have been driven by a yellow cab or another town. So it's kind of an equal relationship where sometimes we might be driving a Shrewsbury resident home, but then another time a Northborough driver might be driving a Westborough resident home.
So will we be able to understand that data then? Would those riders in that scenario, so it would be helpful to understand, so how many ended up in a cab? Like, do we get that? Would that, at some point, would that be available?
That's a.
Come on, I
that's
can't
a-
see you.
Yeah.
A Nick question.
Hi, good evening. I'm Nick Burnham. I'm the Director of Operations and Planning for WRTA. Yes. So how the data that Kendra was showing before, it considers everything. So she was talking about how we have 8 communities. We call it the mobility management model. It's basically shared dispatch, shared resources. So in the case where, say, the van from Westborough has 2 people coming into Worcester, it leaves UMass, say, 1 o'clock. There could be one person who gets dropped off in Shrewsbury, one person who gets dropped off in Northborough, and 2 people that come back to Westborough. It's just a matter of what makes sense for passenger needs and what makes sense efficiency-wise. So we do track the information based on kind of the town pickup, town drop-off, who it is, so on and so forth. In terms of cab data, it's the contractor we have isn't fully integrated into our system. They are for dispatching purposes. So towards the end of the fiscal year, and I am wrapping this back to a financial question you had mentioned about Westborough taxpayers, how does Shrewsbury and Northborough fit into the equation? At the end of our fiscal year, we go through an annual cost allocation process, which we're in the middle of right now. So Kendra had a slide earlier about our contract between the town and WRTA is approximately $90,000. Say at the end of the fiscal year, all of the wages, fuel, insurance expenses come in at 67 grand. That doesn't necessarily mean the town gets hit for $90,000 because there's an annual assessment process that's done at the state level. I'm not familiar, or if you may be familiar with cherry sheets that come every year. So how it works for there's a line item for MBTA, which you're part of, and then there's a line item run under that for regional transit, and that's 2 years in arrears. So I don't want to keep going down that rabbit hole, but essentially through WRTA at the cost allocation process, our independent auditor will verify, okay, say Westborough COA had 70 grand in expenses, but we did 10% of trips to Shrewsbury, 15% to Northborough, so on and so forth. Those costs get allocated out, and there's a whole assessment. So even though our contract says it's $90,000, it doesn't mean the taxpayers necessarily see that drawn right out.
Understood.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, thank you. I do remember that from the initial presentation.
Yep.
I do think when we get to that time, it's going to be important to have those layers and understand that. So just previewing that.
It's difficult from the town's perspective
Yep.
when the budget comes
Sure.
because of that 2 year in arrears.
Yep.
And that's something, the WRTA even tries to, reconcile with DOR is just kind of like,
Yeah.
it's certified by our auditors and everything like that, but it
Sure.
is just that, I'm sure like any other line items in your budget, there's all kinds of, the expenses don't come in at the same time and whatnot.
Okay.
Can I
Yep.
follow?
Yep.
Quick
Yeah,
question.
please.
I just want to follow on a quick question. That just in the numbers you presented. So in the scenario where a Westborough resident gets driven by Northborough, Northborough would show your slide and say this was a non-resident trip.
Right.
But do we count that in our number as a Westborough resident
So
being part of the?
we don't have, okay.
Don't move it.
I know. So we don't have the data for what the other towns are picking up in Westborough. So I don't necessarily know how many Westborough residents Shrewsbury has transported, for example. All I can see is what our drivers have done and what rides the Westborough buses have completed.
So I'm saying that the numbers you're showing of rides is probably more. Well,
There's
we're talking
probably-
there could be more,
yes, yeah,
especially
there's-
Westborough residents that.
It's very likely that there are more Westborough residents using the service than what shows up in these numbers because they're going on other towns' buses.
And just to be clear, though, these buses that we're talking about, they're all WRTA buses.
Yes, yeah.
But the Westborough bus says Westborough on it or WRTA, I can't remember, both.
Yeah, it says on the side, and of course the picture I have is the other side of the van. But it says Owned and operated by the WRTA in partnership with Westborough Council on Aging.
Okay.
So it's a state Department of Public Utilities requirement. So the 2 vans that we assigned to Westborough say owned by WRTA, but operated by
Yep.
Westborough Council on Aging.
Okay.
They have to.
Okay,
It's a
so just
state
for
law.
clarification, people see other buses in the community that's
Yeah,
not
that's
Westborough.
exactly it.
Right,
is
I get it.
because,
Yep.
And then there's an issue where we have loaner vehicles and so on and so
Sure.
forth, but that's
Okay.
where passengers are always getting that call back ahead of time.
Yep.
But we know, and that's something we're actually working towards improving our technology next year, because we do see it at somewhere like St. Vincent's or UMass,
Oh.
where 4
Like,
of our vans
what bus
show
do I
up.
get on?
Yeah. So luckily, 9 times out of 10, it could be, well, I live in Westborough, that van, and the drivers are very good about, they build that rapport with the
Sure.
passengers over time. But earlier, someone had a question. I did look at it before I came. There's 196 people in Westborough who have signed up for the service, and 79 that have been active so far.
Great.
And how that compares to a couple of other communities. So Millbury and Shrewsbury are our newest towns to the model, if you would. Shrewsbury and Millbury, this is both their 3rd fiscal year, but they did have a relationship with WRTA prior. It was just operated differently. Whereas Westborough realistically is coming into this pretty much 95% brand new. There was some historic relationship with the town of Northborough prior to July. So looking the numbers before, Shrewsbury has about 370 active users, and Millbury had about 530. And I'm not saying that as a look at how much more productive, or look how many more people there are, but you're not even 3 months into this.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is the end of the first quarter. So I would say so far, and looking at a couple of our other communities, like Auburn and Oxford, there were already more active users in Westborough in less than 3 months.
Great.
So this thing definitely takes time. And Kendra had talked about how right now a lot of your trips, it's a little over 60% are within that town. The top places that people are going to right now are Roach Brothers, Stop and Shop, and the Senior Center. Not really surprising to us, probably not surprising to you all. But one of the things that over time, as the service grows and people know that they can get that reliable service to and from Worcester, you'll start to see those percentages kind of smooth out.
Just a follow-on, not for, on the WRTA side, but on the town buses side, it would be helpful, I don't know if you're prepared tonight, but it would be helpful to understand kind of how, number of users of those buses that we're seeing, and where I'm going with this is, what's the long-term plan for those, right? Like, do they still stay, I know they're part of the senior center, but, are there better uses or other uses for the town if we don't need all 3? That's where the question is leading.
Yeah, I think that we fully expect to come forward with a plan. I know that you probably know this, but I think we were just trying to see how the program was going to get established, but certainly expect that there is some more decisions to be made with the town buses, understanding that we will need some in the future.
Oh.
3 is probably a larger fleet than
Yeah,
than we would.
okay, so, again, interest, not expecting an answer tonight. Yep, great job.
The only other thing I really wanted to mention quickly, when I said that the pickups were either early or on time, it does not, it means that the bus was at the pickup location earlier on time. It does not mean that the rest of the people were getting dropped off late. I don't actually have data for that. I only have data for when the bus shows up at the pickup location. But it does not mean that the person was being dropped off late the rest of the time.
Great. Anything else?
No? Thanks.
Kendra, thank you very much. Appreciate
you.
it. Okay, moving forward, item 5, site plan review, 165 Flanders Road, E.G. America.
I just want to note that there's reference to an easement in here, but this is just the site plan, so it's a typo. The easement is the next agenda item.
Okay. This is just a site plan for 165?
Correct.
No easement?
Correct.
Perfect. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Andy Platt with Bowler Engineering, here on behalf of EG America for their site at 165 Flanders Road. I'm just going to zoom out on this drawing. This may look familiar to you for the board 3 years ago. So I guess I'll just give a very brief presentation since you're probably still familiar with this. Just running through the site, as
Can
you
you
know.
just pull the microphone up a little bit closer
Oh,
to you,
sure.
just so
You're a
people
tall
like,
guy.
people complain at home they can't hear, so that's, and in the room, so.
Thank you.
Great.
So the site is at 165 Flanders Road. Route 495 is on the left-hand side or bottom of the page here. Mass Turnpike is over to the right. The big existing building is the large gray square to the right. We're proposing a 50,000 square foot warehouse building, which is in the lower, the gray square to the lower left. There's also a proposed 17,600 square foot maintenance garage for the trucks there. That's the rectangle in the bottom center below the bigger main building. The warehouse might be used to store probably construction materials for other stores. It's not going to be used for like coffee materials or whatever they might have. It's just actually like vending machines, floor tiles, that sort of thing. The maintenance garage will be used for maintenance, obviously for the trucks. It's going to have a truck wash in it, and that's the main purpose of that. I can run through parking counts if you want, or whatever details you want to get into. I mean, most of this will be reviewed by the planning board and obviously the Conservation Commission. So whatever level of detail you want me to get into, I can do.
Perfect. And just for the public, and they know EG America, formerly known as Cumberland Farms, so folks know the facility that we're talking about.
Yes, thank you
right
for
here.
the clarification. Yep.
Yep.
Not the Cumberland Farms on East Main Street,
No, this is
to clarify that.
correct. This is at Flanders Road.
This is a lot bigger
Yes.
operation.
Yep.
And just to explain why I'm here 3 years later, we've been going through the town permitting process for the past 3 years. A lot of starts and stops on our end. There've been several peer reviews that take a few months. That adds up, and then just learning what the Conservation Commission wanted in this case just took some time. So, as a result, board members and Conservation Commission members left those committees, and we didn't have a quorum anymore, so we had to reapply. And that's the reason we're here. And also, this site has a fuel station, so it's a private fuel station just for EG America's trucks. It's going to have 2 fuel dispensers, an underground storage tank, a DEF tank, and that is located to the right of the maintenance facility on this sort of south of it, towards the highway. It's all in pretty much the same area that it is now. So that's pretty much all I have, but like I said, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Open it up to board. You wanna kick off?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot. I was on the planning board when this first came in, and I think most of the issues came from conservation's questions. And I completely understand why they had to withdraw and reapply. In the Bowler Engineering letter, it says you're asking for 2 waivers. One is for, regardless of what they're for, further on in the letter, there's a mention of a 3rd waiver. I think it's comment 17. We asked the town to consider the granting of a waiver to not require an engineer's stamp on the lighting plan. I'm assuming you're adding that to your waiver requests, or am I?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
EG America uses an out-of-state vendor for all their lighting needs, so
Okay.
we can't stamp their plan.
Yeah, it just wasn't mentioned in the cover letter, so I just want to make sure that that message gets through.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll make sure of that.
Yeah. Other than that, I don't have anything substantial. I think the planning board is going to cover most of this.
John?
Yeah, I mean, I think this came before us a while ago, and there really isn't material changes from that time. I understand that you've had to make some updates, but everything appears to be in order. Appreciate EG America in town and the work they've done. And, I'm fine with this project, and I have no further comments on it.
Yeah. How many individuals kind of will work once this is at full capacity?
I really don't have an exact answer to that question. I don't know if there's actually going to be an increase in employees. I think it may just be existing employees. They may have add a few more, but the warehouse doesn't typically take too many. The maintenance garage, they already have the same mechanics and people working there.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so you're not anticipating a significant increase in staff? Okay.
Correct.
Is there a sense of the cost of this project? I'm just curious.
I don't have those numbers.
No.
It's
Okay.
pretty substantial, but I can't give you give you a number.
Okay. No, I'm just understanding from a new growth perspective. That's why I'm asking. Okay. No, I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
That's real quick. I mean, and I may have missed it, and I apologize if I did, but with the fueling facility, assuming that goes through, I think we saw conservation, but does that go through our fire department for their approvals and whatever? And is that
Correct. Yeah, towards the end of the process,
So
once
the-
we have the other approvals, it'll
Okay.
go through the fire marshal.
okay? And then my understanding of this is, when you say replacement, it's really taking everything out that's there and putting in all new tanks and dispensers. Is that
Correct. Yep.
showing my ignorance here on how
No,
these things
sorry, I
work?
didn't
But
explain
yeah.
that clearly, but
Yeah.
yeah, they're taking out everything that's there now and replacing it.
Okay. Do you know the age of what's coming out of there, or?
It would be a total guess, but I'd say 30 years maybe, 20 to 30 years.
Okay.
I'm not sure when the facility was first built, but I guess that would be the answer to the question, I
It's
suppose.
been there a long time, yeah. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. And then I think you answered the question, but the reason on that waiver for the lighting is, I think you said, is because the contractor they use for everything is an out-of-state contractor. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. No, I agree with other board members that's come before us before. It's probably taken longer than they wanted, but happy that it's here before us. I have no further comments. I think in hearing here, I didn't hear anything that needs to go to the planning board from us in terms of site plan.
Nope.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate you
Thank
being
you.
here. Sorry we
Thank
made
you.
you wait a little bit longer than scheduled on the agenda.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, next up on the agenda is an easement for 2 Bridle Lane, K&C Holdings LLC.
Hello. See if this works for me. There we go. So Jenny Gingras, Director of Planning. This is an easement for a sidewalk. This project is Boston Lawnmower. It came in front of the planning board in November of 2023, and one of the conditions was that they grant the town an easement for a potential sidewalk in the future should we ever want to construct one along Oak Street. So the sidewalk easement is a 10-foot easement, and it's just right along the front of the property line on Oak Street.
Simple.
Just one quick question. So I'm looking through the grant of the easement, right? And it's for 2 Bridle Lane. I'm assuming these are accurate, but it mentions 2 Bridle Path. And then I think it was termed something else as well. I'm assuming those other names are all applicable to this property.
It says, in the easement says 2 Bridge.
Bridge
Easement plan,
path.
2 Bridge Lane along Oak Street.
2 Bridge Path, 2 Bridge Lane.
It references it in the actual easement.
Yeah.
Yeah, the easement has a typo on 2, easement plan 2 Bridge Lane, but I think this, I can't read it that well, but I think this was the plan that's referenced, and it's
Yes,
not
this is
a
the
typo
plan.
there.
This is right, Worcester
Yeah, it should
County,
be
right?
2
This
Bridle
is-
Lane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
I can check with town council on that.
Yeah, that whole first paragraph, it's, the address of the company is 2 Bridge Path, and then we've got Bridle Lane, 2 Bridge Lane. Yeah,
So,
my condo goes all over the place. Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
I'll
but
check
other
with
than that,
town
yes,
council.
I'd be happy to accept the easement, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Moved pursuant to a vote taken under Article 26, March 11th, 2025, to execute the easement agreement between the Town of Westborough and K&C Holdings LLC for 2 Bridle Lane, Westborough.
With the,
With amendment.
with the
with any necessary amendments.
Perfect.
Second.
Any other questions? All those in favor? 4-0, 4 being present. Thank you.
Great.
Jenny. Okay, next is the next step, I think, in the Silver Hollow Road acceptance, which consists of Barred Owl Drive, Blue Heron Court, and Meadowlark Lane.
Good evening. Michael Lang on behalf of the developer.
How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Could you just move the microphones?
Sure.
Just slightly, yeah, they're awesome. Thanks.
Sorry, I missed the introduction.
Yeah.
So we're here for road acceptance, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so just to note, we had the initial stage of this came before us a couple of meetings ago, I believe. It's a process, so we went through. So this again is developer of Silver Hollow Estates has requested a road acceptance article for our upcoming special town meeting. For the public that knows, Silver Hollow Estates is located off Mount Pleasant Street and consists of the 3 roads that I talked about. To note that the acceptance plans indeed have been reviewed and approved by the DPW Engineering Division. For us tonight, we're asked to adopt the order of layout. September 2nd, 2025, the planning board voted 4-0 to recommend the layout of the 3 roads as a public way. Our vote now is the next step. I think, or is it, Chris, help me out, this is the last step before it goes to town meeting? And then town meeting would make the final vote to authorize us as a select board to accept the deed. And that would happen within 120 days if there is a favorable vote at town meeting. So with that, I open up to anything else you want to add there, or does that cover?
So on the latest update that I think you were just reading from, for status update, it states that the Board of Health sanitarian said that it was not satisfactory, but as of yesterday, when we spoke with him, he said it does meet its requirements. So I don't know if that was relayed to you, but
That was actually one of my questions, so we don't have.
Right, so we don't have
I don't
that.
think we've received that.
Okay.
Okay.
okay. And then the last item is the streetlights, which we are actively working with National Grid on. As of 4:30 this afternoon, they've confirmed that they have the equipment in stock, and they're just trying to schedule a delivery date. And as soon as we have that, our site work crew is scheduled to install it. Just to note, though, there are active working lights at the site currently. There was a miscommunication with what spec needed to be provided. We were told to install one thing. It turned out it was incorrect, so now we're removing it and we're getting it reinstalled.
Can you clarify again just that National Grid piece, so the equipment's in stock and what?
So National Grid provides the bases and the poles and lights. They've confirmed that it is in stock, and they're just waiting to schedule a delivery date. Once it's on site, we'll remove the existing, and National Grid will come in and reinstall the poles on the bases that we install.
So the town engineer has laid out
Yep.
3 different options. So one of them certainly is the option to place the article on the town meeting warrant, but certainly reserve your right to pass over the article if you don't feel comfortable. We have plenty of time to get that update from the Board of Health that he just described, and then also we can reach out to National Grid as well to understand once we get closer to town meeting.
I could provide their contact information. He's the person directly in charge. And he was trying to get me more of an update by 6 o'clock, but that was the best he could give me.
No, so I think we have those options there. I think we do have time in this process to, before town meeting, and but I look to the board for questions or any comments, but it sounds like, personally, I don't think it's a voting tonight to fully accept it, but I think we have options to move it forward, but reserve our right if these things aren't completed. That you
Right.
said they are not, that I'm not trusting you, but again, it's, we don't want to accept it if they're not done.
Yeah.
We've made a lot of progress with National Grid. This has been going on for quite a while, and within the past 30 days, it's really kicked into motion. We follow up with them very often, but getting an answer from them is difficult. But now that everything's been confirmed that it's in stock and ready for delivery, at first they were going to make us pick it up from them, but they said if they have to move it once, they're just going to move it to our site. So
Okay.
it's going to come directly to our site. We've already laid out and confirmed exactly where we want it delivered, and our site work contractor is on call basically to do it as soon as it gets there.
Questions?
So I would love to actually hear from the Board of Health and understand, because there were several different concerns. Sounds like that has been ironed out, but I would like to hear that or receive an update in writing. I don't think the Board of Health has to appear, but whatever the resolution was, I'd love to see that as part of our packet. And love to see some more progress on the lights actually being there. Understand that my intent would not be to hold this up. And if those items are well underway or complete, certainly would be willing to support that at town meeting. Having said that, one of the other outstanding items that was brought to our attention through many residents was this whole issue about the HOA agreement. I'm not sure, and Christy, my question is to you, I'm not sure what the town's role is in that, but to the extent that it's part of an understanding of how a site plan is done and referenced, what is the town's role, and has that been established? Because it sounded like it wasn't moving at one point.
So the HOA's been in effect for a few years now. We, as the developer, have been the sole trustee, so we've been controlling what's been going on there. Up until it became apparent that we received some of the other board's approvals, that's when my colleague, Steve Rosenfield, reached out to the residents, and this was literally within a couple of weeks ago, within the past few weeks, and we've tried to schedule a meeting for October 9th for the transition vote. October 9th of this month coming up. I know Steve has met with a few homeowners last week. They have some concerns. We're reviewing all the information, and they were provided with some documents as well that they have questions on, and we'll be working on answering all those questions.
Okay.
But it is well underway.
Okay, thank you for that update. So is that, I'm actually looking to my former planning board, is that part of a condition of a planning board site plan? That has to be kind of complete and fully turned over?
So, yeah, I mean, there may be a bond to ensure completion. There's a lot of ways to ensure completion. This is just about the public, whether
way.
it's going to become a public way or not.
No, I understand.
And procedurally, I think we have 3 steps. First, we adopt the layout, right? And I don't think the layout's going to change. Then we vote to put it on the warrant, which we may do later today. But we still haven't voted on whether we're supporting that warrant article. And actually, there's a 4th step, because town meeting would then have to vote to accept it. And then it would even come back to us one more time. But I will say, the developer, in my experience with them, has been historically diligent about following through on concerns and outstanding items. I know that we did have some recent trash issues that maybe were not followed up on, but historically I have had quite a bit of experience with him, and it felt like he was pretty good at that. So I don't feel uncomfortable moving it forward in the sense of adopting the layout, but I would like to hear between now and the 14th whether the loam and seed is taken and the site, I think it's a detention basin, is stabilized. Is that right? It's just the streetlights, so.
Well, I know, I saw Ray just came in here, so our Board of Health sanitarian. Ray, if you don't mind me calling you as you came in, but there's a question on the work that was going on there and potential approval on your side, but we don't have that in our packet, so it's just curious
Okay.
as to.
So
your
what is the
update.
question?
As of what we had, basically, the soil weeds, intrusive growth, I think we said, it sounds like it's done, but,
So I was up there this morning. There was watering while I was up there. At this point, it's been 2 weeks, so there's not a lot of growth. But also, we don't know in the health department if this holds up acceptance of the road. It's a system acceptance. We hold a bond on that. If that system isn't correct, we have a bond to fix it. So I don't believe that we have anything with the holding up the road. We couldn't find anything in our bylaws, or not our bylaws, but our regs for Title V or anything that would hold up anything on the community side.
Okay.
So that's, that's all I have. All right,
But
great.
there is, if for some reason it doesn't happen, there is action you can take.
Yes, we hold the bond.
Pursuant to that.
So we hold a $36,000 bond. If it
Okay.
isn't done, we don't have to turn it in until the system meets all qualifications.
Got it.
So the system was built 5 years ago. It should have been seeded then. It should have been covered then. It wasn't by whatever reason, and now we're waiting for it to be done before we return a bond.
Okay.
Okay?
great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the quick response.
Yes. Lisa and Chris, you're both here. Any comments you have? I know we have your letter. Anything outside of that letter to update or? And thank you for being here.
Lisa Lane, Town Engineer. I don't have any updates except for what you see in the memo I sent to you. We just would like to reiterate, they have been working very hard, but they've also had extended deadlines multiple times. So they have known this is coming. I would not recommend absolutely accepting the road until the work is complete and accepted by National Grid. Just because they install the right equipment, we need to make sure that they have had the right inspections. So they could open the area up and find out that the conduits aren't in compliance. That would be worst case scenario, but I just would not recommend accepting the road at town meeting if we don't have 100% done.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, National Grid will be there during the install. That's part of the agreement with them. Their trench inspector has to be there during the install of the lights.
Okay, thank you.
So, so I'm fine with moving this forward and putting it on the warrant. If the work isn't completed by town meeting, I would suggest we don't vote on it. And then we make a decision at town meeting on whether or not we support this based on the completion of the work.
Yeah,
And I'd like an update at we have a meeting on the 14th.
14th.
Before that, I'd love an update on that to see where things stood.
I
so we're
think
not
theoretically, we could vote our recommendation on the 14th, though, if it's all done and we have proof of
Oh,
it,
that
but-
probably makes the book, doesn't it? Okay.
Yeah, and actually, I should have noted that.
It does, yes.
Yeah, I was going to note that later, but I probably should note it earlier when we get to that point. Because we only have 4 of us here, the request was from Patrick that we wait to that meeting. We did confirm that we can do our votes at that meeting with all of us present, and they still will get in the book. So that's my intention tonight, that we won't be voting on articles tonight. We'll wait till we have all 5 members present at our next meeting.
Okay.
Hopefully, we're all at the next meeting. So is there we were given 3 pieces here in that letter. Is there somebody want to make, I guess, we should probably make a motion.
So there's, on your agenda item form, there's a motion to adopt the layout of the public way, and then further in this meeting, you would vote to place it on the warrant. So,
Okay.
so it's not necessary under this agenda item.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Motion?
Yeah.
Move to adopt the layout of the public way at Silver Hollow Estates, which consists of Barred Owl Drive, Blue Heron Court, and Meadowlark Lane.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further comments or questions?
I think just that we're all on the same page, so we're doing this to move this along the process, but this is not a vote of support until, or not until we're further in this process and all of the necessary installations are done. And-
Correct.
And approvals, inspections done as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to move this forward,
We don't wanna blow it
but
up.
we also are protecting our residents, as you know, and this is, thank you for the work you've been doing here, but
Okay.
time window's tight.
Just to confirm, it's the lights only that we are responsible for fixing, for getting addressed, right?
Right now, I think that's the piece that the lights
Okay.
are there and inspected.
Pursuant to getting this passed.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, but nothing else so far?
Yeah.
Well, nothing else on
Well,
here?
it sounds like the Board of Health issue is still outstanding, but not going to hold up this
Hold up the
road
acceptance of the road.
process.
Yeah.
Would it be a possibility to post a bond for the lights if for some reason we can't get it done by the 14th?
I don't
'cause
think
it's-
so.
That would probably have to go to the planning board for that. I don't think.
Even though
that
the
would-
lights, the existing lights are operational?
No, I just don't think we have the authority to make that decision. That would be a planning board. I could be wrong, but I think that's a planning board
I think-
decision whether that you'd have to.
We don't want to take on, we don't want to accept a road that's not ready to be accepted, and that's one of the criteria that needs to be addressed, so.
Okay, because it's our understanding that we're still on the hook for the road for like at least a year after acceptance, so.
Yeah, but we don't want to accept it until it's ready to be accepted, so.
Okay, so no
Yeah,
bond.
I realize how frustrating that is because National Grid can hold things up sometimes. I mean, they're pretty overwhelmed, and not to throw them under the bus, but I realize it's out of your control. But we're not going to accept the road unless those lights are fixed. We have another meeting in the spring. Hopefully, it doesn't come to that.
Right.
So.
Yeah, our hope is to get this done and approved at that town meeting. We have
Sounds like you're making
3.5
progress.
weeks, so
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Or 4
Okay.
weeks.
So just to confirm, it has to be done by the 14th or the town meeting?
Town meeting.
Okay,
But we're looking for an update on the
on the 14th?
14th.
Okay. All right.
Because then our vote potentially for support actually gets in the book,
Yeah.
which the voters.
If it's done and it's approved, we will vote at the 14th to recommend approval at town meeting. If we're still waiting, my anticipation is that we would hold off with that vote until the day of town meeting to recommend or not. And it would, so you do have till town meeting, but hopefully you can have it done by the 14th, then we can
Okay.
be smooth sailing going forward.
Would it matter if National Grid was doing the install themselves? Like if we engage them to do it and they sign a contract that they'll be responsible for the install and
I think it just has to get installed.
okay, just install.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
So we have the motion there. Any further comments? Not all those in favor? It's 4-0, 4 being present. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is another article for memorial benches with Maureen Johnson. And Jennifer.
Give some of the background.
Hi, I'm Maureen Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I'm here to request permission to install 3 memorial benches. It's all, I think I sent you all the information, so I won't go over everything unless you want me to. But basically, it's one at the fire station by an anonymous donor, and then 2 memorial benches at Veterans Freedom Park for 2 veterans. And I think I went through all of the proper procedures, even though we don't have that procedure finalized yet. The last step, I think, 2 last steps is 1, getting your permission, and 2, Jennifer and I met at one of the sites at Veterans Freedom Park yesterday, and she has mapped out acceptable locations, and I will let her talk about that, unless you have questions for me first.
Why don't we go through that, and then we'll just open up for questions in total.
Yep.
So as Maureen already said, we met at the location yesterday, and the original location that was mapped out, so this is coming in from Main Street on into Veterans Freedom Park. The original location was here, kind of closer to the flagpoles, or the flagpole as you come in. but we wanted to give some other options. So I think it's nice that you get the view of looking at the flagpole, but you're also looking at the parking lot. Depending on how busy the parking lot is, it may not be the greatest view. So we wanted to give some other options to the requesters for 2 individual benches. I know Maureen had some discussion with them as to whether they wanted the benches to be side by side or in separate locations. This location can accommodate them side by side if they want to go with that location, but we wanted to give some other options as well. And then similar to Lake Chauncey, it gives, by having a few locations mapped out, it gives us the opportunity to fulfill additional requests as they come in. So there's an existing picnic table on the other side of the parking lot underneath this shade tree. It's a large pine. And then there are 2 other pines kind of a little bit further into the field by the courts. So these benches would look out towards kind of down slope, but they don't really quite crest the hill, but we wanted to offer some opportunity for shade. So we tried to take pictures for all of the bench locations. I tried to photograph both the view, and that one's uploaded first, and then also where it would actually be located. So it would be underneath the shade here. And then there's a similar view for this location as well. And then with this one, there is no shade. And Maureen and I both agreed as sun worshipers that we like a location with some more sun, especially on those chillier days. So this location has full sun and a little bit, I think, better vantage point because it gets above that little rise in the hill. And then we put one more, which is still in the Veterans Freedom Park parcel. Again, it offers some shade and it has a nicer view down into the open meadow below. So those are all 5 of these options we would suggest making available to the requester, and then they can choose whether, depending on how, whether they want the benches side by side, the location that's suitable. So like this spot could definitely accommodate 2 benches, whereas this location, number 4, it would be a little bit of an odd position to have 2 benches close together. This is kind of where we left off in terms of approval. As long as the select board feels like all these locations are appropriate, then we would like to give the requester the choice to choose amongst those.
Jen, is the yellow spot, so does that mean there's already a bench there?
Picnic table.
The yellow
There's
is
a
a picnic
picnic
table.
table.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry. The icon, when you are looking at this individually, you can zoom in more
Okay.
and see the difference between the picnic table and the bench.
And it is existing structure,
Yeah.
okay.
Do we have a specific spot picked out for the bench at the fire station that was mentioned, or and is that still up in the air?
Can we just finish this one, because I have some questions on the fire
Sure.
station one? And just,
Yeah. I'm done with this one.
okay.
Any question of this one?
Yeah, my only question was just the side-by-side benches. I mean, it seems to make sense that there are some locations for that. I don't know, would you anticipate by the flag that you could put 2 there? Yeah.
Yeah,
just
so
because of
because
space.
the tree here is a larger tree, there's definitely room for both of them to be in the shade.
Yep. Okay.
So I think it's more a matter of, these are both benches for veterans, in
Yep.
memory of veterans
So-
who are no longer with us, is my understanding.
Yep.
So the idea would be whether or not the requester is looking to put them side by
Near the
side because they
flags.
were friends or they were
brothers.
relatives.
Yeah, yeah.
So there are a
Okay.
couple locations where they could be side by side. Location 1 is one of those. Location 2 and 3 would be separate, but relatively close together.
Yep.
4 wouldn't really accommodate that, and 5 could.
Okay.
So
Would you
just-
anticipate that, just outside the scope of this conversation, that we would be able to add other locations in this park in the future? I mean, it's a big parcel, but is that a
Yeah, I think there's
possibility?
certainly opportunities for it,
Okay.
and especially if other infrastructure is added over time.
Yep.
Like if a pocket playground or something
Yep.
like that is added, it would certainly make sense to offer more benches.
Okay. And my other question is that one that has the sun god worshippers location, that there's no interference there? I know cross-country uses that, right, that area? No interference with their route?
Yeah, we set it outside of the marked flagged areas for those pins.
Great, yep, okay. No, I think it's great. I do have a question about the fire department.
Okay, any further questions on this?
Can I actually just address the benches? So one, the donor is happy to, as Jennifer mentioned, split them up. And just so you know, to Shelby, your question, they're actually both for Reed and Roy Parker. So the actual plaques are the exact same. So they say Reed and Roy Parker, Reed and Roy Parker. They're just donated by two different people. So they can certainly be separate, but that was the idea. So.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I guess my other question probably pertains to this one more. And how long is it going to take for the benches to be installed? Is it going to be done by Veterans Day?
It's
we hope.
Well, no. I just
No.
actually got information today from Keystone Ridge, who is the bench supplier, and they said it will be delivered the end of November.
Okay,
So-
that's
and then it will,
disappointing, but
as soon as
it's
it's
fine. They'll
yeah,
be
as
there
soon
next
as it's
year. Okay.
delivered, I already have it set up with Michael Johnson to pour the concrete and install, and he does. I think he does all the memorial benches in town.
Are you planning any kind of dedication ceremony for this or the other bench? And can
for
we be
the
included
one
in
at
that?
Veterans Freedom Park, the two benches there, haven't really talked about it, but the donor obviously is thinking about it because he already told me that he has artifacts and whatnot that would be really appropriate to actually have at a dedication. So that's the next step. First, we got to get the benches in.
I get it, yeah.
And then the bench at the fire station, this just actually sort of fell into our lap, and it actually worked out pretty well because next year is the 25th anniversary of 9/11, so there will be probably more memorial ceremonies and whatnot for that. So this bench, it doesn't have to be dedicated then because this wasn't necessarily for 9/11 victims or whatever, but it could coincide with that.
Sure, yeah. Can we, Ian, you're the liaison to the veterans?
I'm just trustees of Soldiers Memorials.
I don't know who to refer this to, but maybe we could bring it up to them and see if they could somehow get involved with this dedication.
You've talked
I
to the
think
veterans.
Maureen's already talked to.
Yeah.
You guys are way ahead of me, as always. Good news.
Okay, fire, so I think we're all set with this one. We just have to vote on it, but fire station.
Yeah, I had a question on the location, but it's not, I think if they haven't picked it out yet, that's fine too.
No, I am curious about that.
I'm not actually quite sure because we definitely want to jazz up the whole 9/11 memorial area there. So I don't know if the bench will go there. I know we want to do some sprucing up of the landscaping as well. So there will be more to come with that. But so the bench hopefully will be somewhere there, but I don't know the exact spot because we don't know. We'd like to actually plant a tree there or do something, garden-wise, beautification-wise, and the bench will fit into that design plan. But that's just an idea right now.
But from the location, fire chief in support?
He's already, yep, the fire chief is totally in support of this. And it just happened that it was great because we were talking about beautification and how to jazz up the 9/11 memorial, and then this anonymous donor came forward with a bench, so it's one less thing we have to pay for.
Yeah, I think that's great, and you've walked that site many times. I would just say that area is really tight, and when all of the employee trucks, which it seems like they're all trucks, and they all have those knee breaker things for the hitch, like it's on the sidewalk, so there's just not a lot of space there. So that's my only concern. But
we'll find a place.
Yeah, all right, you're on it. Great.
Other questions?
Do we know what the dedication is on that bench?
For the fire station?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
We don't know yet. Okay.
It doesn't necessarily need to be.
Yeah, with the plaque.
The plaque.
The plaque, I'm sorry.
So the plaque reads, sorry, I misunderstood you. Thank you to Westborough's first responders who risked their lives to make our community a safer place to live. So it's
missed
pretty
that.
generic,
Yep.
and
Yep.
that was approved by the donor as well as the
Got it.
fire chief.
Thank you. Okay. Great.
Maureen, thank you very much.
Lots of benches.
Big bench meeting.
Move to approve the installation of 3 memorial benches as requested by Maureen Johnson.
Second.
Okay, any further comments? All those in favor? It's 4-0, 4 being present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Jim.
Okay, next on our agenda, item 9, establish 250th American Revolution Committee and gift account.
So this agenda item is following on agenda item at the last meeting where we talked about the potential to create a 250th American Revolution Anniversary Committee. And then there's a corresponding article on the warrant that would transfer the funds from the Westborough Spirit Committee to a gift account for the 250th American Revolution Anniversary Committee. So when we spoke last time, I was under the impression that the original committee was created at town meeting, and looking back, it was actually the 275th that was created by town meeting, and then the name was changed. But ultimately, it was established under the select board. So it's perfectly appropriate for the select board to establish the 250th American Revolution Anniversary Committee. And then you would be the appointing authority for that committee. I have spoken to the town moderator. He is perfectly happy with whatever the select board decides to do, because we had talked a little bit about him being the appointing authority, but he certainly was fine with this process and how the 300th was created. Additionally, I was asked last time to speak with members of the Spirit Committee, and there was only one actually remaining. So I did speak with her. We met. She is very supportive of this proposal of creating this committee and then moving the money. So there's about $32,000 in the Spirit Committee gift account, and that is proposed again on the warrant to be moved to this account. I did get a question at the Advisory Finance Committee about other purposes that money could be used for, which was an interesting question. So in talking to town council, they said because it's donated money, that it can't be used for any purpose that are inconsistent with the intent of the donor. So town council felt that that this sort of community celebration intent follows through with what people who had donated to the 300th anniversary committee may have donated to the Spirit Committee, and so it is an appropriate use of those funds.
Can't be used to lower taxes.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, questions?
So in the motion here, it specifically mentions 7 members. If we went forward and proved this for 7 members and we received 30 applicants, technically this committee could go up to 15 would be the max for.
There's no maximum. I would caution against doing too large of a committee. I think that probably what we're thinking about is the 300th committee had I think it was 7 members, but certainly many more than those 7 people worked on it, and so there would still be that similar opportunity that you would have 7 members sort of guiding the work and having the authority to expend the funds. But I would anticipate that many more than those 7 people. But to your question, you certainly could amend that if you needed to.
Could we do like 7 voting members and a certain number of associates, non-voting? I mean, I don't know how that
Yeah,
would
you
be
can.
referenced,
I mean,
yeah.
essentially, those people are attending the meetings, but
They get to put it on their resume, though.
sure. So I think 7 is where I started because that's where the 300th started, at least.
When you say they're attending the meetings, as an associate member, do they have the right to speak at a meeting where, somebody from the public who just goes to a meeting doesn't necessarily have to be recognized? Like, is there a difference?
I guess that would be a difference. I would expect the chair would recognize a member over a member of the public.
Again, I'm just trying to, whoever is chair, give them some authority over how the meeting is run.
Yeah. I would recommend that you start, if you're interested in creating the committee, you start with this, And then we would advertise
happens.
and also establish that gift fund so that if you do move forward with that vote at town meeting, there's a fund that can receive that money.
Well, I'm interested in establishing the committee. I'm not interested in serving on it. No, I am interested, but I can't do any more.
Converse, I mean, I love the idea of additional associate members as, once we get this going and gauge interest. I'm actually concerned with 7 being the number, and I'm wondering if it needs to be 5.
What's the,
I mean, can we say a minimum of 7, maximum, minimum of 5, maximum of 7? Or is that too confusing?
I think it's confusing when you're trying to establish what the quorum is, but
Yeah.
but I also think that, you know, you can sort of put out the call and see what you get and amend the.
We can always amend it.
Okay, that's fine, whatever you guys want to do. I just,
Either, 5 or 7, you can certainly amend it. You could amend it up to, I don't know. I think it's exponential, actually.
okay.
But be careful, because
Yeah.
you put too many on,
yeah,
there, you'll
well,
never have
that's,
anything done.
yeah.
So I think, to what I heard there, we have to make a motion. It sounds like we're in support of this. Whoever makes the motion can put a number they want on the committee.
I'll move to establish a 250th American Revolution Anniversary Committee with 7 members, and further move to establish a 250th American Revolutionary Anniversary Gift Fund to be expended under the authority of the 250th American Revolution Anniversary Committee.
Second?
Clarifying question, does this motion need to include language that talks about moving money from one to another, or is that taken care of in the article?
Just in the article.
Okay.
Yep.
Any further questions? All those in favor? It's 4-0, 4 being present. Great. It's
Great.
exciting.
Kirsty, thank you very much for the background work
Yep.
there.
Okay, next agenda item, item 10, fall special town meeting warrant article presentations, including but not limited to the 6 that are listed here. So should we just take them in order? Okay, you're already here, so yes. So
The answer is
yes.
She's like, let me get here and get
Yeah.
out.
And thank you for being patient. We're a half hour behind here, but
Not a problem.
so this first one is the means-based exemption, and I'm just trying to, it's Article 11 in our latest draft.
Can I, before you start, and I don't want to steal your thunder, you'll notice that in previous versions of the warrant, this article actually had the entire, it was actually a copy and paste from the previous warrant. In working with town council, he identified that there's a provision that doesn't require it, that allows the town meeting to simply extend this exemption rather than having to send it back to the delegation or to the legislature. And so that's why it's much shorter, but the intent has stayed the same.
Yes. Hi, good
Did
evening.
she steal your thunder?
Did I?
No.
Okay.
No, good evening. So I'm here just to provide some background information for the upcoming Fall Town Meeting, and in regards, obviously, to the means-based senior exemption article. The exemption was enacted in calendar year 2022 and implemented in fiscal '24. The exemption sunsets every 3 years, and this exemption is set to sunset at the end of fiscal '26. So this will be to implement again for fiscal '27. So here on my slide, it's essentially parroting what I just said, to see if the town will reauthorize the property tax exemption for qualifying seniors. And then the sunset in fiscal '26 for '27. So the state, this is based on the state circuit breaker income tax credit. If a resident who is a homeowner qualifies through the state to receive a circuit breaker exemption, they also may qualify to receive a match, 100% match exemption with the town. So our qualifications are a little bit different than the state's. So for the state, you have to be 65 years or older by December 31st. You must own or rent a property in Massachusetts and occupy it as your primary residence with an assessed value not to exceed $1,172,000. This would be for tax year 2025, and your total Massachusetts income doesn't exceed $72,000 for a single individual who is not the head of household, $91,000 for head of household, and $109,000 for married couples filing a joint return. So our home rule, our outline criteria is the resident must have received the income circuit breaker credit. They must have owned a property in Westborough for 10 consecutive years prior to the application for the exemption, and the assessed value cannot exceed 10% above the average single-family property value from the prior year. So for example, for this year, the average assessed value for a single-family home was $755,000. So it would be $830,500. The property value couldn't exceed. And then we would offer a 100% match of the received income tax credit. So far, the program started in 2024. We received 9 applicants, and each of them received the exemption, and that totals $9,820.36. In fiscal 25, as we were getting the word out, 15 recipients and a total of $30,650.08. There are 349 Westborough residents who currently receive the circuit breaker credit. However, you have to be a homeowner. So renters, in addition to homeowners, receive this credit.
Okay.
So we estimate about 30%, so maybe 115 residents would qualify for this exemption. The Board of Assessors were continuing with its public outreach efforts to ensure just that all eligible residents are informed about the program. We're working with Kendra. If people file for an exemption, we'll look at their income if they provide it to us to see if they've received it, and we're just trying to get the word out. So do you guys have any questions for me, or?
I just had a quick one.
Sure.
Just so I think I understand it, but so what we're asking for here now, because of this change, we're not making any changes, we're just asking for renewal of what was
Correct.
already approved. This is just renewing it for an additional 3
Yes.
years with no
Yep.
changes.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Open up for any other questions.
Great presentation, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, next is the Special Education Stabilization Fund. 2 nights in a row. Good to see you
It is
again.
very good. Very good to see you all. Let's see how we do technologically. Okay.
This is Article 5 on our most recent
Yep.
warrant, for anybody else following.
Oh, look at that. All right. Excellent. Good. Thank you for having me here. Allison Borchers, I'm the superintendent of schools, and I'm here to talk a little bit about this article proposing a special education reserve fund for the town. It's a great mechanism basically to sort of prevent a situation that Westborough actually encountered a few years ago. So we'll talk a little bit through it this evening. As you're probably aware, special education is a very challenging part of the school budget. It is the most sort of unpredictable part of school budgeting because it can really swing hard in one direction or another, thanks in part to the very high cost of out-of-district tuition. So in Westborough, we have incredible programs that do a really great job educating the overwhelming majority of students who are here in the district. There are a handful of students, however, where we just don't have programming that serves their needs, and those students are qualified to attend private or collaborative out-of-district special education schools. And the cost of those schools is pretty extraordinary. It ranges from about $70,000 per year on the low end to upwards of $250,000 per year on the high end. And those are tuition numbers that do not include transportation. They also don't include related services, which are sort of other things like speech therapy, occupational therapy, and things like that are billed separately. So it's a big cost. It's an important cost, and it's a sort of ethical thing to do. We want to make sure we are, in fact, appropriately educating every single child who shows up in the town of Westborough. That is our responsibility. We work hard to do everything we can to keep all the kids here. But this part of the budget is one of the things that really keeps superintendents up at night. It's hard to plan for and hard to predict. I want to talk just briefly about a different circuit breaker than the one you just heard about. So there is a state program called Circuit Breaker related to these high costs of special education, tuition, and transportation that the state provides. And the great thing about it is we do, in fact, get partially reimbursed for some of these high costs by the state. I think, challenge of it is that reimbursement is in arrears, so we have to always put the money up front first. And the rate of reimbursement can be impacted by whatever's going on at the state level. So, for example, if the state decides they just don't have the funding to kind of offer this at a 75% reimbursement rate over the threshold, they may decide in any given year to drop the rate. That has happened a few times historically, much to the dismay of districts everywhere in the Commonwealth. A quick example is up there, but essentially there's an eligibility threshold. Back in FY23, it was about $50,000. I'll use that because it's nice for the math. And anything that we were to spend above that threshold, above that $50,000, is qualified for reimbursement, partial reimbursement. So if we had a student, for example, that was at actually I think I walked through this here. Okay, here we go. Here's a concrete example for you. If we have a student in a district placement that costs $130,000, the amount above the threshold is our 80. We get 75% of that back, 60,000 back. That means we're still, as a district, assuming the entire cost of $70,000. And we also have to be able to, in the fiscal year where the cost happens, put it up front. So it's kind of this strange thing that happens in the budget where we're always sort of trying to figure out what's going to happen next year and then trying to sort of sock away circuit breaker money so we can cover that expense. Okay. Back in 2022, there was a situation here within the district where the special education costs led to special town meeting request for tuition, for funding to kind of cover this unexpected costs to the tune of $625,000, which is not what I ever want to have to do for a whole host of reasons. I think, first of all, I think it puts the specific families in a kind of very difficult position of having their own child's sort of future voted on by the whole town, which I just find like not the right way to do business, to be frank. Secondly, I think in the off chance that it doesn't pass, the district then has to figure out how to reallocate resources, sometimes at a level that could do cause significant change within the school district in a sort of abrupt way. And sometimes these are mid-year costs, okay? And finally, this sort of unpredictability, even when it does pass, can create a strain on the taxpayers. It just doesn't seem like the kind of budgeting that we want to be doing. So how it works, it's a very specialized fund. This is only kind of its own unique carve out, and basically the fund is capped. It can't be any more than 2% of annual net school spending, and there are kind of two different ways to understand that. There's a sort of state way and then a local way. If we went by the state numbers, that would cap our fund at about $825,000. That's the biggest we could ever let it get. And it does require to access funds dual approval. So if we had a situation that's an emergency situation where we had an unexpected special education cost, I would have to come before school committee and come before this board to access funds to cover that cost. And then finally, the fund can only be established and can only be sort of fed through the town meeting process. So we can only put money into the account with the approval of town meeting. And it's a majority vote at town meeting. So it's a very controlled mechanism, and it's kind of like a very specialized savings account, essentially, going to be a rainy day account. And I think the benefits are clear, just sort of like socking away money if you want to make sure you have something in the kitty in case something happens to your home, like a tree falls on your roof or whatever. This is a very similar type of proactive approach to saving for a situation that is unanticipated. And by doing that, we're not sort of putting the town and the taxpayers at risk of us kind of coming back in this sort of dramatic way to ask for money. Many districts have done this and have used it successfully, and I think that's an important thing to note. It even popped up in the news a few times last year, looking at other municipalities. I think there was somebody down the South Shore that was putting some away. So where does the money come from? I think that is kind of an open conversation and something that could be talked about year over year and really should be flexible and fluid. I would not want to create language that pigeonholes one particular source, because sources might change depending on what happens in terms of the wider town financing. But some of the funding options, some towns have used Medicaid reimbursement funds to help fund this. Sometimes we have grants that come for special education, and if we had grant funding that was not needed in a particular year with the kind of grant guidelines in mind, if they allow it, we could actually ask for transfer into this fund. If there's a budget surplus, we could ask for a transfer into this fund. And then finally, I think probably the best way to sort of establish and build this over time is to just ask for a very small kind of amount of transfer year over year until we reach a threshold where it's very useful, right? And I'd recommend that threshold is, I would say, at least $500,000, because that covers two sort of very big unexpected things. But like I said, the threshold is going to be up closer to $1 million. This is kind of a repetitive slide, but it sort of goes through this in case you want to take a look again. A question about why now, I do think, as you heard last night, the costs of these tuitions and of transportation related to these services has escalated incredibly in the last few years. It's just, it really is this part of budgeting that's not inside our control in any way, shape, or form, but we have to figure out what to do about. That's one reason. Secondly, I'd say we have a moment, and the reason we're asking for an initial deposit of $150,000 has some logic to it. First, it is an amount that could help in the event something happens. So it's enough of a deposit that it really could provide tuition for a student in a case that we needed it. Secondly, we noted that the town's budget last year had an allocation for Chapter 70 funding. Chapter 70 funding came in slightly higher than that, so there's a cushion there. So it feels like a good opportunity to say, let's take a little bit of that, sock it away in case we need it in the future. So that's really the logic behind coming to you now for this. We would not be asking for any further funding in spring town meeting, an annual town meeting, and then we'd sort of try and establish a schedule moving forward from FY27 on. So that is the special ed reserve account.
I do just want to clarify that though we did receive additional Chapter 70 funds, as we mentioned last night, that money, we haven't set the tax rate yet, so that additional funding would be used to lower the levy. So it's not, even though there is certainly a surplus, as was identified, from what we expected to get, it still can be factored into the levy, so it doesn't close out to free cash.
But the way that, if I look at the article, the way it's written, it's transfer from any available fund, so it could be free cash transfer or something.
Right, but you can't transfer from Chapter 70.
Right.
And so of course.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Open up to any questions or comments from the board.
I'm still trying to figure out my question.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I do remember that fall town meeting, and it was rough.
Yeah.
You know, it was unfortunate. And right, it was beyond, the amount was beyond, expectation that it could have been absorbed, right? So, I mean, I do agree, I would really like to avoid that situation. I think of this fund though, and it's new. We don't know what it's going to be like yet. I am concerned that I would like to think that it's going to be not regular requests, but sort of extreme circumstances that would require
Yes.
a request for this. And if so, I think I understand it, and I think of it similar to, like a rainy day fund, sort of like we stocked away in a stabilization account for a fire truck, right? Like, this is an event that may very well happen again in the future, and we want to be prepared for it. So I understand the need for it. I think I do like the fact that it's funded by cash and not part of the budget.
Yes.
So we can make a decision on it each year or whatever the necessary time frame is. On the other hand, at some point in the future, if you come back for a request and the school committee approves it, I mean, there's really no way the select board could say no, right? I mean, I understand it is under our authority to say no.
Yes.
But I feel it would really be out of our hands at that point. I just put that out there. I think once it's established, I mean, it would have to be a significant request, but I would definitely have to support it. But I understand it, and I think I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, I will sort of speak to the first sort of concern you raised, which I think is a reasonable concern, that this should not be a budgeting tool. I am fully aware of that, and we do kind of budget thoughtfully around the provision of these services right now. So I think this really is for unexpected circumstances, and it would be very important to treat it like that. Otherwise, it would just get depleted all the time, and I think that would not only defeat the purpose, it would erode the trust of the community, and I'm not interested in that. So.
Yeah. And I would say at that meeting, very glad that the names of the individuals involved never came up to mind. I have no idea who they are, but I'm sure there are individuals who did, and for them, the town, knowing that the town is like essentially taking a vote on your children's education, it was, I don't want to do that again either.
Yeah, well, and I think it's hard to sort of watch that if you have a child kind of anywhere in that universe and think about that possibility. That's a hard thing to witness. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Shelby?
Thank you very much, Allison. Really appreciate the presentation. I'll ask this in issues and correspondence later, but can we just make sure that this gets into this packet as an update?
The presentation?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Just so we have it for reference.
We always do, yeah.
Okay, yeah, all right, thank you. Just because there's lots of good information, some of which I couldn't quite see. So, I didn't catch toward the end of the presentation, you said you would recommend a balance of $500,000, even though it can go up to 800. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, I think, $500,000 is a sort of reasonable, what I would think about is sort of, what would help if something really unexpected happened, and we, there are things we could sort of try and stretch and do ourselves, but what's the sort of threshold where things get really hairy, right? Okay, yeah. And that's around it. Now, to be honest, there could be a circumstance where something happens that's even beyond that. Yeah. So, and I just want to be clear-eyed about that this doesn't necessarily, if you plan and save ahead for a certain type of a disaster and something worse happens, that's a possibility. So it's not as fail-safe. But I do think that, covers some of the very extreme kind of costs that might be associated with like a single child moving
Sure.
in who has a kind of profile where we really need to take care of that. So-
Okay, yeah, but you're recommending the 500 not going, I mean, I know you're not recommending it be.
Not this second, but I
Not
think
the
working
second.
toward that is a great goal.
Working toward a half
Yeah.
million, and you're not recommending the 800.
I mean, that's a question for the future as we watch these costs.
Yeah.
We
Trends.
received, I'll just say for the record, we received 2 letters today. The schools that our students attend that are out of district are required to notify us when they have a change in programming that basically qualifies them for an extraordinary tuition raise. We got 2 of those today. So those are the things that we're kind of grappling with. It's a sort of, and it's, I'll say, I don't want to make them the bad guys. I think what many of the schools are up against is some of the pressures that public schools are facing. They're having a really hard time hiring staff because, we're all having a hard time hiring staff. Their wages are not as competitive. Their work year is longer. They're all the things that are kind of drive all of us. So those escalations are not like, and I don't think anybody's, making out like a bandit somewhere.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. So, Mike, I won't repeat anything that Sean said. I had some of the same questions, and I absolutely do support this. I think it's similar to some of the planning that we've done on the town side around stormwater and other things. Would this be an interest-bearing account? I don't know, financial people here? Like, does
I
it?
believe it does. It is allowed to bear interest.
Okay.
I believe so.
Somewhat, okay. And I say that with a caveat of, and I thank you for the assurance while you are in the leadership position that this is not a budgeting tool, and take you, at your word and through your actions going forward. So,
Thanks.
I'm supportive of this, but I'm just trying to figure out in my head and walk me through, like, I guess your analogy was, well, if a tree fell on my house, right?
Yes.
Well, it'd be nice not to have to wait for the insurance money,
Right.
which is the state money, right? Anything over 50,000?
Right.
Is that?
Yes.
So, if a tree falls on my house, I'd like to have savings to fix it, and then when the insurance check comes in, I would put that back into the account, or would I go spend it on a boat? And that's just what I want to know.
Yeah, that's a great
I want
question.
to know, like, if you come to us
Yes.
and you need to spend 300,000 out of this account,
Right.
and then you get money back from the state, that you're not going to go buy a boat, you're going to put it back in the
Right,
account.
right.
SSWPS?
So, yeah, you would notice, I think, out on Lake Chauncey. I think honestly, the thing about these tuitions is they are often for several years, sometimes for quite a few years. So any reimbursement we get gets to go back toward kind of covering future costs for that student. So we'd be able to basically move from a one-time expense to a budgeted expense the following year. That's how we'd have to handle it. So when we have these increases, it means we have to look at our special education budget, make an adjustment moving forward.
Okay, so then,
Yeah.
would you, I guess, so because you had said before that the only way to put money into this fund
Right.
is
Town meeting.
town meeting.
Can you go back to that slide with the 4 while Mark is asking this
Right.
question?
So I'm just trying to figure out, like, okay, so the following year after this unexpected expense, you'll be able to budget for that expense, and that'll go into your budget. But are then you going to ask for a corresponding amount from town meeting to go into?
To refresh.
To refresh the fund, because it feels like
Yeah,
at
no,
that point you're double dipping a little bit.
Yeah, I hear your point. I think kind of similarly, again, to sort of a rainy day fund, it would be, if you draw down the account, then we would build it back up slowly over time and hope that it got to a point where it's useful by the time we have the next thing happen. That's kind of the approach. So, in a scenario where we need to draw on this, it allows us to sort of keep the district operational and whole and not go out to town meeting in 1 year. We can still claim that as a circuit breaker expense, so we get some of that reimbursement from the state that can then help with the funding for the following year. And then we have to really factor that student and the costs of educating that student into our ongoing budgeting. And, students come in and then they graduate out too. So it's not going to kind of snowball continuously. We have a kind of very tight process where our student services department really looks carefully at the needs of all the students who are in other schools and out of district schools. Where are they in their education? How many years are they out from graduation? Are there students we may be able to bring back? Which is something that we really try actively to do. So,
I think that's a short way of telling me you're not going to buy a boat.
Not buying a boat. There'll be no boat. Yeah.
And I think the other thing is, so when this student starts this year, the reimbursement doesn't come until next
Correct.
year, right?
Well, and sometimes 2 years from now, right? Didn't you say it was 2 years in arrears? And
It's 1 year in arrears.
It's 1 year.
But the way the cycle works is sort of, an expense happens, we put in for it, we get the money, and then that's the funding that we think about for the next year's budget. So we have to kind of play this game.
So I think our job and the school committee's job is to make sure that when that reimbursement comes back in, that we're following the money path to make sure that it's not just being added to the budget somewhere else.
Yeah, I know we've watched it. I mean, this has been one that's always been confusing for me, but we've watched it over time, and I think I try to focus on saying, okay, if we were starting as a town today, we would have to pay all of that today, and then as we come to next year, if everything stayed the same, you're getting funding back in, so we're budgeting for it, but we're getting that funding that will help offset what the taxpayers have to come up to, but you basically start from zero, and then you'll have swings because some may age out. We've seen it a lot where they may be here for a year or two, but they move to another community for many different reasons, so they may not be with us for 18 years or up to age 22 or whatever. So, but it is something that's I credit those on your side that follow it, because it's really
we have
confusing.
We have a great team and a particular individual who does our kind of circuit breaker claiming work and works incredibly hard to sort of get as much of this back as we can. So, shout out to Lisa. I hope she's not watching right now, maybe doing something more fun.
I just want to follow up with a question of this.
Sure.
I should know it, but I'll look to both you and Christy. So reimbursement, because it relates to kind of the Chapter 70 question. So when reimbursement comes in via circuit breaker,
yes,
does that come generally to the town through the cherry sheet, or does that go directly to the schools?
I believe that comes directly to us. Yeah. It's a direct school. It's kind of a constrained fund. Yeah. So it's really designed to be reimbursement for special education
So in
costs.
essence, it's like a grant that goes to the schools that you can use to offset part of your
for the next
budget.
year. Yeah, and we build that into our budgeting process, so we count on a sort of circuit breaker number when we create our FY27 budget. There'll be something in there this is what we anticipate as circuit breaker funding. We use that to offset the cost of the cost of special education moving forward. Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
Yeah,
Can I ask
go ahead, Chip.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Maybe I'm getting confused now. So if that number comes in higher than we anticipated, just to Christy's point earlier, so let's say we were expecting $800,000 and that number comes in higher?
Well, so there's two things.
Let's say it comes in at $1 million, but this.
So the circuit breaker, the schools have to make their own estimates about how that will impact their upcoming budget. If it comes in higher, it still comes directly to them, available for their use.
Right.
Chapter 70, different, comes directly to the general.
I was confusing circuit breaker and 70.
Oh.
Yep.
Sorry,
Yeah,
my bad.
and just circuit breaker never comes in higher. That is a thing. It's not. It's a situation where it's always less than we put out in terms of funding, and sometimes less than we had hoped for. So
Sorry for the confusing question.
Mark, you?
I'm all set. Yeah.
Okay, I just had a couple of follow-ons. I think going back to Sean's point, and I think we have it, but it's just kind of, I agree, it's coming to us after the school committee approves it. You all know it better than we do here. I know it's a check there, but it's just, the need for transparency, and not transparency, and we don't want to know individuals, it's
course.
numbers or whatever, but, and it goes back to that budgeting tool. So it's just a request, and I know we'll get it from yourself and the school committee, but I think that will be important for us to do what the rules say we're supposed to do. We need to have that transparency so we can be that second line. The other thought I just had, and I'll throw it out there, but it may not work, but as you budget in certain years and you have your special ed budget, and for some reason we budgeted higher in your budget than what actually our costs were for special ed, and say, okay, well, we budgeted $1 million. I know it's a lot more than that, but use rough numbers. We budgeted $1 million. We actually only had to expend $750,000. I know right now you have the ability of one, and then the school committee of one whole budget. But maybe a way to think about funding that is, hey, if we keep that or a big part of that separate and say, hey, this is money that's going to get put into free cash, but that came from special ed. I think it's a really easy way to go back to town meeting and say, this is a special ed, this is a great opportunity because we had $250,000 we returned to the town for free cash. Let's now use that to move into this reserve fund because it was a savings from one year that now we can apply in this savings account, basically. So just something potentially to consider. I know it's a bookkeeping thing, and again, I don't want to tell you to run your budget.
No.
I know there's a lot of moving parts within a budget, but again, I think as a mechanism for funding, it's something that might be very clear to town meeting as well, in ways that could help get that funding, perhaps even sooner than
Than over 10 years or 15 years. No, I like that. And that's really the budget surplus kind of scenario. So in the event we have a budget surplus, and particularly if it's a surplus in special education, I mean, I'd argue kind of almost any surplus we have would be useful in this regard because it's an important part of what we do. So.
Great. That's what I had. I'm supportive of this. I think it makes sense. It's something new, and I think you answered my question, so.
Thank you. Do you want me to hang out in case there are questions about the other thing?
So the next article on your agenda is the Norfolk County Agricultural High School. So one change that we made in the warrant was listing school department. It's not really a school department ask. It's not funds that will go into that department. It should be thought of similar to Asset, which has its own budget. But the superintendent and her staff are more familiar with it. So if you have specific questions, we can try to answer them. We listed it on here because I knew that the superintendent would be here tonight.
Yeah.
So.
And I just want to, the caveat is marginally more familiar. I think I come from a district where we had an agricultural, where the Aggie was actually part of kind of a sending district school relationship. So this is new to me. It is interesting.
It's new to us.
Yeah. And I can tell you, there's a small carve out in the law. The law basically says if you're a member of a CTE kind of school region, as we are with Assabet Valley, that kids who are interested in those programs go there. But if you have an interest in agriculture, I think it's aviation, maintenance technology, or natural resources programs. Those are sort of these specialized school carve-outs in the regulations that basically say, we have to kind of support kids going to these programs. And so here we have it.
So with Assabet, my understanding is there are 5 or 6 towns.
Yes.
With Assabet. And if those 6 towns fill the entire need for the school, then really other surrounding towns, that opportunity isn't there for them, which I think has happened over the last couple of years. We finally maximized Assabet Valley. Is it the same thing here with Norfolk County? Like and it sounds like it's the whole county. I think it's at 28 towns make up the majority of the students, but since they haven't filled it, or this is more specific than that, and it doesn't matter.
I don't actually know that. I could find out. I do know it's a much smaller percentage of it's a very particular interest, right? A sort of very specialized interest. So the number of students who tend to apply is lower.
Honestly, it's more curious, right? We've got an individual going there, and this is what it costs.
Yeah, it's a cool program. I just have to say, you know.
And the reason it's showing up on this warrant is because we received the invoice after town meeting, but in the future it'll just be built in.
It would
as
just
part
be
of the
like
budget.
another Assabet
Right. Yeah.
line. Will it be a separate budget then for this one, or?
We've talked about different ways that we could put it. Do we put it together with Assabet and it becomes a line item in some sort of like vocational budget? But it'll show up. It'll be very clear what the Norfolk Aggie tuition is versus Assabet versus other budgets.
But we know there's one student
Yes.
going there, right? So next year we'll budget for one
Exactly.
student.
Yes.
And then, but it could be two. And so we'd then have to, we'd be
Right.
back here. 'Cause
Sure.
we just don't know.
Can I follow on question? Is that,
Sure.
are we just paying for their tuition? Do we have to pay for
It's transportation. That number that you see is inclusive of tuition and transportation. We have partnered with, I believe, Shrewsbury. We're kind of like hopping on to an existing bus route, we hope. So we're trying to, so we are involved in that part of kind of trying to wrangle transportation. So,
Okay. Yep. Other questions?
It is what it is.
Thank you. That is what it is.
568 students go there.
Yeah. It's
pretty big.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
It's kind of a cool place if you ever get the chance to visit. It's
Saw the
beautiful down
pictures.
there.
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Have
Thank
a
you
great
very
night.
much.
It's like a class and a half almost.
So I'm not sure that there's more to discuss, but it's up to you all about the 250th.
Yeah, anything you want to discuss? This is,
No.
Shelby, to your question, I don't think we have to, does anybody want, this is just a transfer from Spirit funds?
Nope.
Okay, perfect.
Not for me.
Anybody?
No.
Okay, next is the grant matching funds for the Boston Worcester Airline Trail DeWalt. Yep. Discussion on that. Thank you for being here.
Yes, of course. Jenny Gingras, Director of Planning. So as the board knows, we have been working on Section 2 of the BWALT design since the initial Mass Trails grant was applied for in 2023. That grant was for $440,000, and then at that time, the town meeting voted to allocate $110,000 for matching funds for the grant. That was for the design work for the preliminary design, which we also call the 25% design, so you may hear that term as well. The preliminary design is mostly complete with the exception of about $18,000 worth of work to be done by our engineering consultant, GM2. And as updated at a previous meeting, those funds are going to be reallocated, or they are reallocated to be used to explore alternatives near the wastewater treatment plant due to questions and concerns about impacts to wetlands in the area. So continuing that project, in February of this year, we applied for another Mass Trails grant for $400,000, which requires a $100,000 match through Mass Trails. They require a 20% match. So the funds would go towards the continued design of the BWALT Section 2 with the expectation to get to 100% design. We currently have $38,895 in available funds to use towards the match. These funds are a result from 2 past town meeting articles in 2016 and in 2018, which leaves us a need of $61,105 in additional funds. When we had applied for the grant, we had anticipated that we would be able to apply for these additional funds using the CPA funds, but the timing didn't work out. So we now have to ask for town meeting approval to get those additional funds through free cash. Without this match, the grant can't be awarded. It's a requirement of this grant. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
And I just wanted to add that the way that the warrant article is drafted is contingent on receiving the grant. So that's similar to how we drafted the article with Ellis Walker property. So the funds would not be, if we did not receive the grant, the funds wouldn't be available for use.
Okay. Questions?
Jenny, can you, I didn't quite understand, you said there's $18,000 worth of work left to do, and then you provided some other language around, and there's more work. So can you just dig a little deeper there for me to understand?
Yeah, sure. So we have an existing contract with GM2, and they do have some remaining work to be done, which was going to be for an additional public meeting, and then to also meet with MassDOT to initiate that process, because the plan was to apply to get this on the TIP, or the Transportation Improvement Program, with the state for funding for the construction.
Okay.
So we were contracted with them for those remaining funds to start that process. But after speaking with the wastewater treatment plan, and then hearing other concerns and questions about the conservation impacts and wetlands impacts, we agreed to reallocate the remaining funds to be used to explore the alternatives around the wastewater treatment plant because of those wetland impacts. So that money, instead of using the remaining $18,000 for the MassDOT process and another public meeting, we're going to use it towards exploring those alternatives.
Okay, thank you. And so that's 18,000 of the 2023 grant. That's coming, that's what's left.
Yeah, the grant has already been expended. The 18,000, we had previous town meeting funds allocated towards Section 2. I don't have the exact amounts in front of me, but that amount is being pulled from those funds. We had an amendment to the contract in I think it was late 2024, to add additional work for GM2 to explore the alternatives near Meadow Road as well.
Okay. And so the exploration of the wetlands issue and the potential workaround, is it your understanding that the $18,000 is going to fully cover that and produce a product that's going to give us a go, no-go, reasonable workaround or not?
Yes, it wouldn't give us a full design or anything like that.
No, I understand.
Right, but it would give us enough information to know which way we're moving forward in terms of which alternative.
Okay, okay.
Can I just follow on that? I mean, I think, as I understood it, it was with this work, if we find out that we can't, we have an alternative. I thought we did not have an alternative if we can't get this cleared through conservation in terms of what we have for.
Well, yes, conservation does have to approve it, but there are ways to mitigate the impacts to the wetlands, which is something that GM2 would also explore to offset that impact. There's a certain threshold that we have to be under for those impacts. Our consultant is confident that we'll be able to stay under that, but we just need to start preparing for that NOI meeting with conservation for the notice of intent application. So we just need to understand more about the impacts with the wetlands.
Okay. So I guess the question is, if there's a risk that we basically get a no-go on kind of the proposal for that piece, I'm assuming then that this, even if we were awarded this grant, that we wouldn't be able to move forward with it, or what?
We don't feel like there is based on conversations with our consultant, we don't feel like there's a risk that we wouldn't be able to do the project. It's just understanding where we would need to place the path in that area to avoid impacts to the wetlands. It could result in narrowing the path. It could result in shifting it slightly. So we don't feel like there's a risk that we wouldn't be able to do the project at all based on that information.
But I would say that with every grant, we have the option to to accept the award or not. So we would have a contract that we could sign or not. Also, once you've received the grant, if there was a reason that we decided not to expend it, you could return the grant or amend the use of the funds, subject to the state's approval.
Okay.
And
Sorry,
we haven't
jump in.
heard if we ever have
No.
received the grant.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, he was saying, sorry to jump in, I was fine. What did you say, Jenny?
I said we haven't heard whether we have received the grant. Typically, they do announce in late summer, early fall, but I have not received any correspondence. I just expect to get a response any day now, hopefully, based on their past timing.
Just, Jenny, so, as you know, at a prior meeting, I think it was 2 meetings ago, Don Burns submitted a letter to us I think it went to also the planning board about his concerns about the trail as designed now based on relevant standards. Understanding that looking at that letter would be over and above what was contracted by GM2, but has that been contemplated in any way as part of conversations that have GM2 has been part of since they were part of Section 1 and now they're part of Section 2?
Well, GM2 wasn't the engineer on Section 1.
Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake.
That's okay. It was MDM for Section 1.
Right, because of the, yep,
Yeah, it's
got it, yep.
okay. But GM2 is aware of Don's comments and his previous comments also.
Yep.
And they do take into consideration all of the up-to-date information for standards for trails. So we don't have a concern with being able to comply.
So I think this, so I'm not a bike trails expert. I'm not an engineer. I don't know this. I do, I trust the work that GM2 is doing. This is work that they obviously are certified and approved to do. I also know that we have an individual in our community who has extensive knowledge of, albeit we're not under contract with him, and it's his view, but he's been doing this for a long time. And I'm sitting here and I know that as a board, we haven't specifically talked about that letter because we haven't had an agenda item to talk about the B-Wall since that was brought forward. I'm having difficulty reconciling how someone who clearly has a long-term vested interest in the success of seeing the B-Wall established would come forward with major concerns, and yet we have a professional firm saying, I'm paraphrasing here, I think we can overcome that. That just doesn't sit my common sense. It doesn't sit right with me, and I'm not asking you really to respond. I'm just sort of sharing this thought with the board that it doesn't sit with me. Something's missing.
I mean, I would also just say that we have had preliminary conversations with MassDOT about it, and they have the plans and they've seen them.
Yep.
And so they're aware of it. And if this did go on the tip, they would have to be involved
Of
also
course,
and
yes.
approve the plans. So
Yep.
to be able to move forward.
I think, frankly, I think that this is not the first time that we've heard concerns that the state does not share with us directly. So we have brought them to the state. Even when we did the working group, we talked directly to MassDOT about concerns that were raised, and they were very clear that there's a process, and they were willing to work with us. I certainly respect that there's concerns, and I appreciate them being brought forward, but we do have consultants that have requirements, and we do work directly with our state contacts. So I know that Jenny has brought this letter to GM2 and has raised the concern, and I think that there's been some, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's been some follow-up conversation with Don.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we can rely on the totality of the information, but we also have to rely on the state as our approval authority, often our funding authority. and the experts that we hire as well. So.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. And I do remember over the course of the lifetime of this project, conversations with MassDOT that were in conflict with an individual's opinion, in this case, Mr. Burns. So you had mentioned that the work that GM2 was supposed to do is a public meeting and the MassDOT meeting, or, kind of preparation for that application. So being that we've shifted, which we all agreed to, it made sense, let's figure out this wetlands issue. If we didn't pursue this grant, as is being put forward, would we not still pursue the MassDOT opportunity, the tip?
Well, most likely we would not, because we need the consultant who did the design to work with MassDOT. It usually goes hand in hand. I'm not sure that we would be able to have the time to do that internally.
Okay, so this, what you're saying is this funding would,
Part of this new grant.
part of the new grant would get us to 100% design of Section 2 and all the necessary steps in application for the tip?
As far as what GM2 has relayed to us, yes.
Okay. All right, thanks. I'm thinking.
Question? Yeah.
so-
No, yeah.
No, I don't want to.
No.
Mark?
Well, I think we need to bring this to town meeting, because I think it's important to get a sense of, from the town and the voters as to, do we want to put the brakes on this or not? And I feel like there's momentum and, inertia couldn't stop that. I want to be ready once. I'm going to take the positive route and say once we overcome the conservation issues over the, in Section 2, that I want to be ready to move that forward and see a trail in my lifetime. Now, I don't want to spend a ton of money on it. I'm hoping we can get the state to pay for most of the construction, and despite some people's perceptions, I think the planner's done a really good job of applying for state money for this, in the sense that we're not 80% of costs covered by the state is pretty good. My math is right. Is my math right?
Yeah.
So I do want to bring it to town meeting. I'm a little frustrated that there's guidelines and there's requirements, and I feel like some people are interpreting guidelines as requirements. And I don't really feel like it's possible in New England to build a utopian trail, right? Like I maybe you can do that in
The Midwest.
Upper Canada or something, but I don't see how you can build a trail in Westborough and meet that utopian vision. So I again, I'm not sure that's what's happening, but we're paying consultants quite a bit, and when I say we, the state is too, we're paying them quite a bit to give us expert advice. It's hard for me to ignore that. So, but I think the ultimate question for me is, I want to get it to town meeting and see how the town feels about it, because I don't want to call it a referendum on the trail as a whole, but in the past, BWALT funding has passed pretty easily, and I'd like to see how the town continues to feel about it, given today's budgetary climate. So I guess those are my only comments.
Good, thanks. John?
Yeah, the B-Walt is, I don't know, there's six 6 parts to it?
7.
Seven, but if you include going to Northborough. And it's,
7, right? 7 east-west.
There's 6 portions.
Oh, 6.
Yeah.
You were right.
I should have just stuck up for myself.
That's right. Don't listen to me.
I thought it was 7 too.
I know, sorry.
Yeah, you're both wrong.
First time
Many
ever.
times before.
No, it's only first time.
So I mean, there's just, hundreds of steps in this process, right? You think about the fact that the grant that we are working on now is from 2022. It's now 2025. I think we do need to bring this to town meeting because we'll be using this grant for the next couple of years to figure out sort of this next phase, and then also help us apply to get the actual money to do this phase, which then could be 2030 or something. So we do want to move forward. There are going to be a couple opportunities for us to take a step back if it's determined that there are issues in that area around the wastewater treatment plant. If this passes at town meeting and we receive the grant, we don't necessarily have to accept it, until we've learned exactly what our capability is around that area. And even then, we could accept it and then, like you said, not spend it. Now, I do think there's probably backlash to us from the state if we accept a grant and then give it back to them. Then you got to sort of get back in line. You just don't know what that means going forward.
Well, also there's opportunity. So several years ago, actually, when we, the original grant funding for the feasibility study was for a bridge over the Assabet. And we went, and because we weren't ready to pursue that, even though that's what we've been awarded for, we went back to the state and we asked if we could reauthorize those, have those funds reauthorized for a different purpose. So I think that would probably be, but yes, I mean, to your point, John, there's still opportunity even beyond town meeting. While I'm talking about the feasibility study, I think it's really important. I feel like I've heard at several meetings over the past couple of months that Don Byrne wrote the feasibility study. And I just want to be crystal clear that the town paid WDA Design Group to write the feasibility study. And to the extent that they received input from folks that they viewed as experts is, to my knowledge, that's what was their choice. But WDA Design Group wrote the feasibility study.
Sorry. He didn't, but.
Yeah.
I will say you need.
The whole thing?
Yes.
Every single word?
He said it himself. He spent 1,000 hours on it.
Okay. No more comments, but that's not the truth?
He did say that doesn't mean it's the truth.
Yes.
And let me clarify to Christy. Thank you. So the town spent money on receiving a product, multiple meetings. I mean, I think I know I was on the board at the time. Ian, you were on the board as well. So we paid WDA for presentations, work, product. There was input to it. So to the extent that an individual or other individuals who aren't named were providing input, that can also be true. Yes. But WDA presented the final product. It is their name on it. Don
No, you finish. I'm sorry.
I mean, no, I'm just saying, so there's no doubt that Don has taken a lot of credit for it, and he gave a lot of his effort toward that. But I think we just have to be clear on that we're relying on a product produced by a professional, not that Don's not a professional contractor with the town, and that was WDA. That's what we're working from, not Don's report.
So if you look at the Planning BWALT website, it says in 2016, Don created a concept plan. And then in 21, the town contracted for the feasibility study. So I think we're talking about two different documents. I don't know. I haven't spoken to Don directly about it, so.
And honestly, it's kind of irrelevant in the sense that
there was a lot of rewording, reauthorizing, and not reauthorizing, rewording that went on after WDA produced it, and kind of Don wanting to provide his flavor on it, but the work was done by WDA is what I'm just going to say.
Okay. So I think because there are additional checkpoints for this money, we certainly wouldn't spend any of it before we know definitively what our capability is within phase 2. I am okay with moving forward with getting this grant. Once it's, assuming it's awarded, how quickly then do we have to accept the grant? I'm trying to remember prior grants. Was it 60 or 90 days or?
I believe it's 60 days, but it might be December 31st also. I can look back at the last grant to see when that was.
If there is additional time after.
Right. Right.
But I support this. Thank you, Jay.
Just a follow-on question. I know we've talked about it with other grants, and I don't know if it's feasible here, but is that $100,000 have to be a cash? I know we have to fund, or in this case, the $61,000 as cash to cover it, but is there opportunity for in-kind work that lowers the actual contribution from free cash here?
So Mass Trails does allow for matching funds in kind, but for something like this design work, there's limited things that staff would be able to do aside from reviewing plans, attending meetings, things like that. The in-kind matches are typically for construction work, or if you're improving a trail, hours that would be accumulated like that. So in this instance, it would be a cash match.
Okay.
So my recollection of recent prior meetings was that we wanted to understand the feasibility of the workaround before we went forward with anything. That we wanted that information, we wanted to understand kind of go, no go. I'm using my own terms. I feel like this is a departure in pushing that kind of goal line out, understanding that to get the grant, you need the approval, and I'm just trying to understand. I don't want to, I'm all for applying for grants when it makes sense, and we've made a commitment in this project to use grant funding, so Jenny and team have done exactly what has been, the guide has been all along on this. But I feel like we said as a board we wanted that information from GM2 on that wetlands things before we proceeded. Am I misunderstanding that from the board?
No. That's my understanding too. The question is time up. I think the issue is this was,
right.
The grant was long before we had that discussion, right. So we're.
Right, but I felt like that was our sort of, it wasn't a line in the sand, but it was like a little bit of this could be a real pause. And by putting this on the warrant, we're sort of letting water leak through, around and being like, well, it's there. And to the points made, these requests, these articles, have generally been supported. Whether voters are making their votes with, passion or knowledge of kind of all the intricacies, I don't know. I feel like as a board member, I have a responsibility to kind of say this would be a departure from what we agreed on as a board to even just put it on the warrant. I realize we could, we can hold off on our vote of support, so we can always put it on the warrant. But we said we wanted those results. And now we're inching the project down the road without having those results we said were so important.
What is the timing that we think we're getting those results back?
Well, we signed, the contract amendment was signed on September 23rd. So, I mean, what they relayed to us was that they should be able to at least get a majority of the work done in the next month or so. But we do have a follow-up meeting with them. I believe it's next week, to get more detail now that the amendment's actually signed.
So shall be a point, I think it is part of that. I think the issue we have in front of us here is, we don't put this out there, we just go back and say, take our name out of the listing for the grant because we can't match it. We have no ability. And then if we find out a month that we have a feasible thing, we're delaying ourselves till the next round of grants comes up. So I think, and why I asked the question, is why I asked the earlier question too about if we find out that we can't do this, what do we do? And to me, you wouldn't accept this grant if we, through this study from GM2, and it sounds like they're confident we can do it, but until we see that, we don't know. It could be, yeah, we can do it if we do this, but it could be that the wastewater treatment plant says that doesn't work. I mean, there's a whole moving pieces here, but I'm torn here in terms of, we need to have answers, but on the same side, you know, I think my thinking here is to go forward with this, bring it to town meeting, as other board members said, but we still have some things to understand before I would say we accept the grant, and that goes back to the question of what the timing is if we do receive it. Mark?
So, you kind of made my point for me in the sense that I don't remember agreeing to cancel all progress on this. I think we agreed not to spend any more money, right? But applying for the grant is already done. Authorizing the 61,000, whether or not that happens, I don't know, does not author, you know, it would still have to come back to us to make the decision to spend it, right? And that's, I think, the decision in the future that I'm gonna need to hear whether or not we can get by that, you know, what the results of this alternative route are. But to put the brakes on the whole grant process, I think was even worse than saying to the state, well, we can't get through that spot, so we're gonna give you the grant money back. I think to put the brakes on now and say, you know, we're just gonna wait till next year and start this process over again, I think that's even worse. So I would like to, I really want to hear from the town, is really, you know, my thinking on it too, is to get a sense of whether they want us to keep pushing this forward or not.
Other comments, questions?
I think I would add my other concern in addition to the wetlands is that we still don't have clarity around the concerns that were vehemently expressed by the neighbors in Section 2 in those areas of tight roads and kind of high density in traffic and exiting onto Milk Street. So, you know, we have two critical pieces of Section 2 that we don't have clarity on, and I don't know, maybe I'm a slow walker here. I just feel like we're inching this forward, and yet we still have some significant items that are unresolved. And that's my concern. You know, and I get you got to kind of keep inching the ball forward to apply for the grant so you can kind of fuel the engine of the project. I understand that, but and I also understand, Mark, what you're saying about, you know, put it out to the voters. So I'm just not sure, even if I'm just for clarity for the board, I know we're not voting for support or otherwise tonight. I'm just not sure if we put it on there, I can support Article 6 at this time. So.
Good. Other comments or questions?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Okay, next up is community center pool. I can't find it.
Number 7. You're right there.
That's right there. There we are, right below it.
All right. Shall we dive right in?
Yes, please.
I promise that will be the only pun.
that was
I
good.
came
That
up
was
with a
good.
lot of them, and I will.
It's not a deep pool, so don't dive too deep.
All right. So Jen and I are here tonight. Kim Foster, Assistant Town Manager, and Jen Kirkland, Recreation Director. Article 7 on the warrant seeks funding for pool repairs. If this looks and sounds familiar, we originally had an article on the warrant for the spring town meeting, annual town meeting. We did not move forward with that, given that we had a limited number of bids when we went out to bid, and the cost of doing the work came in significantly higher than we anticipated at the time. We did, on the advice of the architect who was working with us, put it back out to bid, hoping that as we look going into winter, the contractors are looking for work in indoor pools and we may get more favorable results. We don't have the bid results yet. The bids are due October 2nd, so that will be Thursday. So we will be able to provide an update at your meeting on October 14th. But in the meantime, Jen and I are here to talk a little bit more about the proposed operational model if and when the pool is back online. So the warrant, the article information contemplates some programming use of it, and we just wanted to offer a little more detail. There have been questions and interest in how we might run that. And I think we've had some more time since, I think in the spring, we talked about looking to have a vendor run the operation. We've refined that a little bit. We've done some more work. We've had discussions with the entity that ran the pool operations prior to the town purchasing the building. We've also had more conversations with other communities, municipalities that run pools, as well as some other pools. So the model, Jen, do you want to? So this is just some highlights back to the repair. We know in several places this has come up as a desirable amenity. We heard about an interest when we did the senior needs assessment a couple of years ago, as well as when the architect that we engaged to do the design work for the community center, during their community outreach, they did both a survey and then through several of their community meetings, heard that a pool was highly desirable. And then Jen can speak to.
Yeah, as people come through the building, we are always asked, when is the pool going to open? I want to do swim lessons here. I used to do swim lessons here, so it's definitely asked for quite a bit.
Moving forward, opening the pool allows for the recreation department to expand programming opportunities for all members across the community, all ages. We've also had conversation with the senior center director and the idea that many seniors are interested in using the pool for a variety of activities, including physical therapy, things like that. So currently it is an underutilized area of the recreation of the second floor of that building. It's highly visible when people come in, so they do have an opportunity to see it, and hence Jen gets a lot of those questions. And we also believe that the model we want to share a little bit more information with you tonight provides an opportunity for the operations of the pool to become self-sustaining from a financial standpoint. Do you want? I think one of the things that we looked at and have evaluated If we were to put a proposal, a bid out and ask for a vendor to come in and take over full operations of the pool, the concern there is losing a little bit of ability to have some control over the operations and make sure that we're meeting the needs and desires of the community, given that this is a pool operating in a community center. So the model that we are looking at right now would look to identify a vendor that we would engage to come in and run programming, specifically swim lessons, water safety, those types of programming for a certain number of hours a week. They would effectively have control over that. That is what they would be responsible for doing. They would also provide the certified pool operator, which is a requirement that really is a very detailed in terms of keeping daily logs, making sure the chemicals that go into the pool, doing tests of the water, but also doing some basic maintenance and repairs, including cleaning of the deck, vacuuming the pool, so it's some of that type of work. And then the other piece is the vendor. So a certain number of hours a week would be allocated to the vendor offering swim lessons and programming, but then the balance of the hours, they would be the source for lifeguards, that we would have the ability, when we have programming, want to have specific programming, have the pool open for open swim, lap swim. We would be able to say, we want lifeguards to staff it from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. or whatever the hours may be. So what we feel that provides is the opportunity for the town to still have significant opportunity to determine the interests and desires of residents and make sure that the access to the pool meshes with what the community seeks. So how we envision this working is that, again, this would require a procurement process. And the vendor would effectively pay a fee to the town for exclusive access to the pool for a certain number of hours a week. Our expectation is that would, maybe not day one, but hopefully within the first several months, we would see that monthly payment increase to the point where it would cover the costs of purchasing the chemicals. Part of that arrangement, the vendor would also provide the certified pool operator. But what we're looking at right now is the town would purchase the chemicals. And this is similar to the model that we use at the golf course for maintenance there, where we have a contract, but we supply the equipment and the materials. So I think one of the things that might be helpful, do you want to jump ahead? And do you want to talk?
So this is just a sample pool schedule of what potentially we could offer if we went with this vendor model. So as you can see, in the morning through a good part of the midday would be reserved for open free swim, lap swim, with 3 days. And again, this is just a sample. This is not set in stone, but 3 days or some time dedicated to seniors. So that can either be, senior lap swim, senior free swim, senior aquatic program, something where the seniors are, it's reserved for them. In the afternoon, late afternoon, evening, and Saturday mornings would primarily be swim lessons or aquatic programming. That wasn't done in haste. That was done, with conversations with the people that ran the pool prior to us taking over and other communities as to when swim lessons and aquatic programming is most popular. Prior to those conversations, I was thinking there'd be more need for maybe like a mid-morning, early morning type of things, but that has not come to be. Again, this is a sample, so we would build in some flexibility of, if no one was coming to open swim from 12 to 1, we would, maybe not have a lifeguard staff the pool at that time. There'll have to be a little bit of, trial and error, because we've never operated a pool before, but this is a sample of, where the vendor would have control of the pool to run programming, but also where we would be able to come in and offer, free open swim or free swim. And then you'll see too, there's a big chunk of Saturday afternoon that's not programmed. The idea is to eventually get to where we would be able to offer, some pool birthday parties, things like that. Again, stuff that we would offer, but use this vendor for lifeguards and things like that. So I think it's a good balance of us being able to do what we want to do, but also being able to provide a service that people definitely want, which is swim lessons, aquatic programming, and things like that.
One of the things we've learned about that pool, it does lend itself to having multiple things going on at one time. So you can have a couple of lanes open for people doing lap swimming, and you could have a class going on. And part of this is due to the depth of the pool, the uniform depth of the pool, not having a deep end and a shallow end. So one of the opportunities we have here is during any block of time, you can have multiple activities in the pool, serving multiple populations. We did hear the reason we wanted to show some dedicated time for seniors. And again, to Jen's point, this may not be where it ultimately lands on the schedule, but just to see, we've heard and recognized the desire for there to be some exclusive use for seniors. Similarly, you could see on Tuesdays and Thursdays in the morning, there might be a program for, a tot class or something like that. So we envision where some of these open times exist right now, there could still be programming. There could also be opportunities for, as Jen said, on the weekends, the birthday party, which would be a program run through the rec department. But we would also make sure that we reserve some opportunities if we agree that the vendor has access for swim lessons Monday through Friday. We would make sure that we carved out opportunities. If on a Friday night, Jen wanted to run a haunted swim as a recreation program, that we could have access for special events and things like that. So the idea here is to build in enough flexibility so that we go into this not having run a pool, that we can make changes, but also to make sure that we have the opportunity. I think having a vendor pay to have access to the space and expect that that would cover the costs that the town would incur is a good way to start, to look at starting this. One thing I do want to mention, because I don't think we've talked about it, we do expect, because this is an amenity that requires additional costs to maintain, there's the gym at the community center that doesn't have the same maintenance needs as the pool has, therefore it doesn't have the same cost. So we do envision charging fees to use the pool. That has not been determined yet. The way we expect that this would work, the vendor would run the swimming programs. The vendor would be responsible for the sign up and collecting the fees for those programs. People could still have access to signing up for those programs through the recreation department, but ultimately that's all handled through the vendor. Anything else offered during the day, we have yet to determine if it's a senior aerobics class, similar to what they do for other senior exercise classes right now. There's a small fee, so it might be whatever we determine would cover the cost of the instructor. Similarly, for open swim, for lap swim, however we characterize those times, there might be a monthly membership fee. And we understand it is a community center, it is a municipal pool, so we certainly want to be mindful of keeping those costs reasonable. But at the same time, we view it as an amenity it's different because it does have the costs. The chemicals and staffing it are very different costs than the gym or other things. Anything else? Okay. All right. Any questions at this point?
So this is great. Love the update. Thank you for kind of previewing what this could look like. It would be helpful at some point. I'm thinking, like, we don't even have do we have a rough sense of numbers yet?
for.
Like, what does this model look like? Like, I was just jotting down some, kind of fees versus the cost of lifeguards. Like, how does this all net out as a preliminary starting point, and how?
Sure.
You know,
Our initial, and again, this was, we expect that we would be able, the revenue that we would expect to generate during those purple and green blocks of time would cover the cost of the lifeguard to staff that open time.
Okay.
And in certain cases, there would be a lifeguard. We understand that there's always a lifeguard. And then depending on what is going on in the pool, there may be a separate instructor, or if you have, depending on the usage, you may require more than one lifeguard. So those are the costs that we would look to cover through the memberships and through the program fees.
Okay.
So we don't have those amounts yet.
Yep.
That's something we will work toward. Part of what we would do, just sort of in a timeline, once we get through town meeting, if we know the repair work has been approved and that's moving forward, we expect that's about a 6-month time frame. So in all likelihood, late
6-month
spring.
repair
Yes.
project?
Yes. So if that started in late fall, we would expect late spring would be at this point. Obviously, if we move forward, award the bid, we have a better idea when we execute a contract. But the next thing we would start doing is we would look to develop a RFP, go out, get proposals in response to what we're looking for, understand what we could expect to bring in for revenue, and then work back into what we expect we would need to recoup to cover the cost of those other programs.
So I think all of this makes conceptual sense.
Yeah.
I think the voters are going to want a whole lot more concrete than what we're hearing right now. And please don't take that as being like meant to be offensive. The pool cost, we'll crack the bids and we'll understand what that is. That's pretty, and it's spelled out in the article what it will include or not include. The voters are going to want to understand if we're going to give X amount, like, what's it going to cost in estimates and fees, chemicals, what are we going to take in? They're going to want a whole lot more, and we're going to need that in time for town meeting. So just to be clear, if we don't, and also, like, I just have no idea how many vendors there are out there that do this. I mean, that's another question. I can see them saying, like, how many are we talking about? Is this like, is this like a busing contract where there's like 2 vendors? And so we're not, I think we really have to anticipate I'm all for this. I think this is great. We have a pool. Let's get it open. I see the benefit, but I think we really have to be ready for the real naysayers on this one.
So I don't disagree. I think the more numbers we have, the better. I think that some of the feedback we got last time, and that I think we need to be more clear about this time, is what's the payback on the doing all the work on the pool, and what's how are we going to fully cover the cost? And I know that's part of what we're asking, but I think the community needs to decide if the pool is an amenity that we want, is an asset, is a community asset that we want to have. And I think we had this very same discussion when we talked about the golf course. Is that a community asset that we want to have? And once we make that decision, that we fund the fit up or the renovation of the pool, just like every program that we run, it's self-sustaining. I mean, the recreation department literally has no operating budget when it comes to expenses because all of their programs are self-sustaining. That being said, the DPW mows the fields. So I think everything that you're saying is, I absolutely agree with you, but I think we also need to frame the conversation in the context of how we run recreation programs. And because I don't think that anyone went into the development of a community center. I mean, it would be great if it was fully self-sustaining, but I think it's also a community asset and amenity. That,
Yeah, and we have, there are the senior centers attend a dinner, they get a lunch, they pay a couple bucks. Like we're used to fees, and I'm not just calling out the senior. We do that in recreation all the time. We've already made that point. So I'm not worried about that as much, but I do think it's an important part to reinforce and make sure people understand the recreation budget and how we've done this before. I'm worried about, it's nice to say, we want this as a community asset. There are people who are going to go, yeah, but what is it going to cost us?
Sure.
Right? So that's what I'm saying. We got to be ready for that.
Yeah.
That's all. We have to be ready for that with numbers that we feel very confident in. The pool repair cost, as well as, what we think it's the inputs and outputs, pluses and minus, the balance sheet on the pool.
Well, but I guess, sorry just to jump in, but I thought what I was hearing here is that you have done the work that says you think that in terms of all of this, we can get this to basically be self-sustaining. So basically, there is no cost. What I heard, maybe incorrectly, was no cost to the taxpayers of the operations.
for the operations, but not a payback on the.
Not a payback on the construction.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
You build it, they will come, but if we built the golf course, that wasn't paid for by the golfers, but now that we have it, it's self-sustaining and we don't use taxpayer monies. That's how I think it's a good analogy, but I think it's the analogy to, we don't run recreation basketball at a loss and go to the taxpayers to ask for money. We run it.
That's a moneymaker.
It is a moneymaker.
A real moneymaker.
But we run programs and it's going to cost money to run them. We don't run them for cheap and don't cover the costs and go back to the taxpayer asking for money. I think that has to be, plus people have to realize that, is that, it'd be nice to say, hey, you're getting it for free, but
I'm not worried about I'm really not, assuming there are exorbitant, I'm not worried about the concept of there are going to be fees associated with using the pool. I'm really not. I think, that's what I am. We're hearing this presentation now and we don't have numbers that you're saying, conceptually, this is sort of where we think we're going to land. That's what I'm saying. So do I believe that you're doing the work? Yeah, I do. I'm just saying I haven't seen any numbers to give me a level of confidence, or anyone that's watching this saying, oh, okay, I can see it in black and white. That's all I'm saying.
May I ask just to clarify?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me, but so you're saying to come more prepared to how much would a monthly pass be?
No.
Is that, so you're what or cost of the chemicals and the utilities?
Yeah, so this is what we think it's going to cost to operate recreational programs.
Okay.
We expect this percent, to come from user fees, and you can have a little. We estimate it's going to be $5 or whatever, I don't know, per program or whatever. And again, this is different. We don't usually get into the nitty gritty of how you're pricing your programs, but the pool is different for the reasons that Kim stated, right? So you've got, what are the programmatic costs on the recreation side, including lifeguards, and what is that cost? And then you have this, we're going to outsource contract, thank you. So that's a revenue input, but then we've got the chemicals. It's just kind of a simple math equation that I think we have to show to kind of say, we're kind of putting our blood on this one to say this is what we feel very confident, just like we do estimating and taxes, that we can rely on. Anyway, sorry if I went on long there.
I guess I'm not of the same ilk there, because I don't know how you do it. Unless we go out to bid and or ask somebody for a contract number, how are we going to know what it's going to cost?
But they've said we think we can do this. So is this conceptual, we think? They must have, I'm not saying that you guys must have some figures that you have on a piece of paper. You're just not ready to share with us tonight.
Yeah, because the challenge is we don't know, we're going to do some repairs, and we hope through some of those repairs we gain some efficiencies in the cost of operating it. So if we try to get data from what did the prior operators of the pool spend on chemicals and maintenance, it was also a different use. So we can build that model. At this point, why we don't have numbers is because there are assumptions that are built into that, and I don't think it changes our comfort level in saying that this will get to the point. I just want to be clear, it's not going to happen in month 1, month 2.
And that's fine. I
Right.
think there's going to be some drag. It's
Yeah.
like a new business you're starting up, but like, I get that.
Yep.
But I think it should be, this is the size of the pool, this many lanes, it's going to run 24
Yep.
hours. We got to, I mean, to me, we should be able to come up with that, and I think it's very important, so.
So it won't run 24 hours. Let me just state
But the
that.
pool will.
The pool
No.
has to run.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good.
That's what- not the program.
But the other thing I just want to mention, so when we've talked to other communities that run pools, we were pleasantly surprised and encouraged by the fact that they generate revenue.
Awesome.
One of the other things that we've talked about is similar to the way other recreation programs operate. We would absolutely create a structure where Westborough residents have priority access to programs, but we have been told that we should expect to be able to generate additional revenue by allowing non-residents access. And as we do, as Jen does with our other programs, there's a higher cost
Yep.
if you are not a resident.
Yep.
So,
And sometimes it's resident only, like
Yeah.
admin or something.
exactly.
Right, exactly.
Other? Mark?
Go ahead. So Shelby, I'm actually kind of opposite you on this one in the sense that I don't really need.
Pile on.
No, I mean, I really don't need to know whether free swim is gonna cost $8 or $9.50. Like, I don't want that level of
And I know
detail.
that's not what you're
That's
asking.
not-
And no, but I'm actually, I fundamentally believe that we'll be able to draw enough interest in the pool once it's open to cover costs, and that's not what the sticking point is for me. I want to know how much it's going to be, right? Like, because I mean, if we're spending more than the estimate was in the spring, then I'm going to struggle with that. But I also essentially believe in the vision that was laid out by the architect and by all of the plan, all of the work that went into, creating this vision of the community center that many of us are already paying for. In fact, all of us here are already paying for, right? The seniors are paying for. And I am eager to get that vision into reality, because until we do, I feel like we're just going to hear complaints about, well, why are we doing this? And if we can get to the point where that vision is realized, I think people are going to realize this is why we're doing it, right? And so I again, I'm not sure what the number's going to be, and whether, I would rather, I don't know. I mean, enough said. That's fine.
I want to be clear. I don't want to go like, tell me
I
the fees.
understand.
You guys understand?
No, we do.
We live this with these guys all the time. The people watching us right now, or the ones that are sleeping that like
Will watch
tuned
us in the
out,
morning.
right? Watch us in the morning, right? Like, we're gonna get these questions, so we can be all like happy about this vision, the community, and all that stuff. It comes down to like numbers, guys,
Yeah.
and that's all I'm saying. If we don't make the case, this is going to fail on the repair side. I'm just telling you.
But I think the case is self-sustain. I mean, we can go in, and this is my concern. We go in and you tell me it's $50,000 a year for chemicals. And then we go to them and say, hey, it's $70,000. Wait, you didn't tell me that. Stop it. That's my concern. Or, hey, my concern is you go in and say, don't worry, I am going to get $70,000 a year from the vendor. The vendor sees that, they're going to give us 50. I don't want to give those numbers out. I think what we have to come out is saying, we have a model in town that works for the recreation department, that we're going to run this in a self-sustaining business model.
And we've
We
never
are not
run
going
the
to come.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so
That's
let's just not do it. Let's just give up, because, I mean, I just don't.
So, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
$10 for the vendor, $5 for things, $5 for fees. Look at that, we broke even.
Right. Well, it's kind of.
You're going to be pulling it. Excuse me. You're going to be pulling something out of your ass, because we don't have the numbers. We're not going to have the numbers for town meeting.
But we must have
For all things,
similar.
but you're asking for something that's gonna take a lot more time, I think, to get.
So we
tight.
do. So I'll just speak for myself. I was playing with numbers. I did. And Kim and I had this conversation. It was almost, Kim said almost exactly what you said, is we don't want to stand up here and say, we're going to bring in $70,000 worth of revenue. We've never run a pool. And then it's, oh, we only took in 60,000, or we're telling you chemicals are going to cost X amount. And so we had that conversation. But yeah, I mean, we're not just, I'm not saying that you're saying this. We're not just sitting around like, oh, this is going to be great. Like, but, and you know, I always say, I know what I don't know, but I know how to run rec programming and keep them sustainable on their own. Like,
Keep
so
them afloat.
And I think that's what and I think that's what you need to say at town meeting, right?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
All right, and again, Shelby is way more numbers focused than I am, and, there's gonna be a lot of people there that are numbers focused. Sean, you wanted to comment.
Yes.
So, thank you. This sounds great. Well, do you know when the bids are due and when we're going to open them?
Thursday.
Okay. So we'll have them open by our next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll know the numbers
Awesome.
Thursday.
Awesome.
Yeah, and just so you all know, this is being presented to the AFC on the 6th, so we'll be speaking directly to the bid numbers at the AFC meeting on the 6th.
Okay. Now, everybody keeps referencing the golf course here. So, and maybe that's not totally accurate, and I bring it up because the golf course is a separate operating model, and in the future, we come before, when the golf course has a need, we come to the town and we ask for those funds from golf course retained earnings. So, are we talking about something similar to that, or we're just saying this is going to pay for it? We're going to figure out costs so it pays for itself.
So the golf course is an enterprise fund. This pool would be run under the revolving account, the recreation revolving account, which similarly takes in money for the programs that it provides and then expends that money. That's way too simple, but it's, that's similar.
It just doesn't need to go to town meeting to vote on.
Right, and, right.
But a future capital project
Right.
would go against free cash. Probably.
Because there's no retained
There will not
earnings
be no
or
retained.
free cash equivalent in a
So not
revolving
exactly like the golf course.
account.
Was more my
But it
point.
could be.
Well, yes. So one thing that we've
The revolving
talked,
account doesn't go to zero.
right.
So if we
Yes.
think of fees, and I guess what I'm thinking about is that
Well,
I'm
revolving
thinking
account
about it similar to an
doesn't
enterprise
necessarily
fund.
build a balance the same way. So, but we have talked about, in the future, once the community center is fit up and is fully occupied, could we seek some sort of legislative approval? Because you can only have enterprise funds for certain things, but could we seek some sort of legislative approval for the community center? I mean, that's probably putting out there way more than we're ready to, because it's far into the future, but in an effort to do something similar where we're truly, similar to the waste management account, where we're truly looking at one entity, one program, one service, and funding it essentially, or hopefully, through by itself.
Because and thank you, the way I look, when I think self-sustaining, I think it's also, we're charging enough that covers those, I'll call them routine. We know we're gonna replace pumps, filters, whatever. That should be, in my mind, paid for out of the revenue off this, not going to town meeting or capital project. It would still go on our capital plan, because that's what we're doing now, but the funding source, I would hope, would be a funding source that's not coming out of taxpayers' money.
That being said,
Is that something that's on this town warrant?
No,
Because I love the concept, but.
that being said,
Yes.
we're fixing the pool this, over the course of this next year if this passes. So I don't think the expectation is in 2 years we're going to be replacing the liner again.
We hope not.
But just so that's I
under
think
warranty.
something that as we operate the pool, I think we want to be conscious of.
No, I understand your point, though. Like, if we start building up retained earnings, like we do with the golf course, then we will have money for these capital.
But you don't with a revolving account.
Right.
The whole
I
idea
know, I
is
get
it's-
that, but in the future, if we could change to that, it would be desirable, but
Okay,
we're not
yes.
talking about
I
that
just,
today.
I just don't want people to
No, you
assume
are.
that a $50,000 capital item is going to come out of the revolving account, because
Right.
that's not what a revolving account is.
But I think that point, I guess what I'm saying is my vision for the future, and I think we should think about it, is to make this truly self-sustaining.
The pool?
Yeah.
No, the whole community.
Kind of like the parallel to the.
The whole community
Yes, I
center,
think-
not, like, the pool is part of the community center, so I think the whole community center should be self-sustaining and have retained earnings and.
That's, I mean, that goes into a whole
think we're
different
getting ahead of our skis
methodology.
here, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love
Yeah,
the
I
concept.
think it's
Okay.
10 PM.
Well, I didn't start it.
Just one
No,
last,
no.
no, and I'm sorry, did you have more?
No, go ahead.
What Jen and I talked about, once the bids come in, if we believe that we have something viable to bring forward to town meeting, our next step was to talk with the architect and see if we can get some better estimates around operational costs, i.e. chemicals. We didn't want to, working with the architect, we wanted to wait until we knew. So we believe that between now and then, we can put a little more around Shelby's question.
Meat on the bone.
Yeah.
Nope, I'm in favor, thank you.
Great, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Okay,
Okay,
So there's two things that are not on here that I just wanted to raise before you close the warrant. So one is, you did receive that request from Andy Koenigsberg about the striping. And to add a warrant article, which you still could do at this point, for striping, and he had provided an estimate. I have to pull it up. I think it's about $180,000. Our recommendation at this point is, and after talking to the public works director, is, certainly we feel that there needs to be more work on our end to understand that number. And I think one thing that we've talked a lot about is the Complete Streets policy and how that's being implemented and what that really means, and is there some sort of update to that policy that's needed? And then probably most important is that even if we were to receive funds at the October town meeting, we would not be able to use them because of the season. And so I think even if the board is interested, our recommendation would be to hold off until a March town meeting so that we could do some more due diligence and have some more conversation.
personally, I'm comfortable with that because I don't know where the 180 came from, and I think to your first point, I agree that even if we did everything, we're not going to use any money until after the Springtown meeting. B is, I think we need to do and have our professional staff go in and look at it, understand all the stuff you said and probably more in terms of what's viable, what's not, what is the cost to it, what it would take, et cetera. So I am in favor of not adding something to the warrant for that right now, at this point in time. My personal, but I'd love to hear others' thoughts.
So just to clarify, so it's 198,000. I just pulled up.
I think we should explore it further, but not for this meeting. I mean, I think it's come up kind of late in the whole process, and to hash out the numbers like that. I mean, I'm sure Andy feels like he's got pretty solid numbers, but it takes a lot of work to go from where he is to actual asking the town for money. And so I just feel like maybe we need to do our homework before we put a warrant article on. And I'm not sure, I don't think I've done my homework on it.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying
Right.
we're
No,
not
I
ready
know
for
you're
it yet.
not.
I think
Yeah.
we've talked about it. I think we've had a lot of requests, and for striping, I think that would be, even from a safety standpoint and seeing bikers, I think it's a great idea. I think we just need to do the work before we bring it on town meeting. My concern here, you go to 198, Andy can talk about it. I can't talk about it. I don't know enough. I just feel like if we put it out there now,
I think
with
we're on the
lack of
same
information,
page.
we get defeated.
I'm on the same page as you, though.
Well, and I think I'd like to see it discussed in front of the ASTC, have them, I mean, it's sort of within their bailiwick.
Sorry, my shake of the head was, this has been brought up multiple times in the past, and it has just been not addressed.
Really?
Yep. So I would love for this board to bring this question forward in earnest. I don't think the timing is right for this warrant. I did have conversations with Andy about where he got his numbers. I'm not going to get into all that right now. I think Christie's recommendation about, I think you said in January, having Chris come before the board to talk about the policy, us review it in advance. What do we need to change or think about is great, and this can be aligned with that. Because I think that there are opportunities. This is an example of, I remember Mark saying, we can walk and chew gum, we can talk about the B-Wald and still be doing other things. That was a conversation we had, and it was, and I'm pretty sure I was hung up on striping in that conversation. And so I think there's an opportunity here, and I want to thank Andy for bringing it forward. And he, I think that what I'm hearing from the board is there is interest and there's assurance that we're going to take this up post-town meeting.
Yeah, I would even say that I would like to see us, we're going to talk about goals, but set it as something that we have that we would like to see this be aligned with putting something on the spring town meeting, but the kind of our annual town meeting warrant.
If it's feasible.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, there's just the whole process, like department heads need to tell us, is this gonna take away from something else? Or, I mean, how is
Do
this
the
all
work.
gonna?
Yeah.
So we just need to do our homework, and I feel like we don't have time,
But I think that where I was trying to go with this is that things are easier to push down the road. To your point, it's been pushed down the road.
Yeah,
Not that
he's
the
talked
committees-
about it many times.
Yeah, and we've heard it from others too. I think and I think we heard that there's work that can be done, there's other things to be done, but I think we're all saying the same thing. Bring the department heads, but I'm trying to put a line there so we don't just say, okay, well, we'll get to it the following year or the following year. I do think we can do some work on this and look at the feasibility. And if it's feasible and it's within those ballparks, I think we think about it as a
well, I'm in agreement. Let's plan on moving something forward for spring.
I would mention one thing then, it falls within the lines of the capital planning process.
I guess depends on how it's explained.
Well, I think that that's part of the discussion because the Complete Streets policy calls for us to make improvements as we are essentially maintaining roads. If we're doing this across town as a one big project, I would agree that it's more of a capital item. So.
But we have new roads being done and they're not being, we need to look at the policy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think it's a great point, Sean.
Because that's like November, December. I'm
Yeah.
saying if we're leaving this till January, it misses that
Yeah.
evaluation opportunity.
Yeah. Understood.
And I do think we need to bring it to ATSC. I mean, if they don't want to comment on it or participate in the process, I think that tells us something in its own right.
Well, I think that speaks to one of your other goals, which is to look at mission and formation of.
I think we drive it and get input.
Yeah.
So I think Sean, I think that's a proper thing. I think we should look at that on the capital planning piece of it.
So the other article I wanted to just draw your attention to is Article 10, which is the home rule petition related to the increase in number of signatures. So you held that community meeting, heard from folks. One thing that I did not change the number. So if the board is interested in changing the number, you should have that discussion. But I did add, after on the second line when it says from 10 to 50, I added or such other amounts as town meeting may approve based on the comment made by the moderator at that meeting, that he wasn't sure if he would be able to accept an alternative number if it didn't have that wording. So that's up to this board whether or not you want to leave that in there for the warrant. And also whether or not you want to stay at the 50 for the warrant.
I think you guys, your comments the other day kind of talked me into the 50. I was originally going to go higher. And despite some of the sentiments that were expressed there, I think 50, I'd rather err on the side of caution and deal with what some people call frivolous warrant articles. I'd rather err on the side of caution and still make sure that we're not shutting people out from a legitimate opportunity to participate in that form of government. So I think we can go to 50, and if it's not high enough, we cross that bridge when we get there. And I also feel like I would like to see it get through legislature quickly, and we know that 50 is a number that
Has been passed already.
Has been accepted.
Yeah, I do like leaving that other language in there, right?
Yeah.
It should be up to town meeting, and if town meeting decides, I mean, I'm comfortable with 50, I express 50, but I would hate to go into town meeting and have 80% of the people say, hey, it ought to be 100, and us have to go, sorry,
We gotta vote
that's
against
not
it,
how
yeah.
we wrote it. So I think we do leave in that opportunity. This is certainly an article that, the will of the voters.
Yeah.
That's why it's on there. This is what we heard from the voters. I
Yep.
absolutely agree with you. I think it's the right thing to leave that on there.
Good job,
And that's our job to say, what's been said before is, the risk you take there is, there's no certainty that any of it gets passed, but 50 is one that's been passed before. We think there's a higher likelihood that we'd get approval, because we'll use that as our example. You go to 100, we're setting new precedent. It absolutely could still be passed, but it also may not, because it's the first time someone's tried it. Others okay with leaving that in there?
Oh, I'm okay with leaving it in there, but I still want it to be a percentage, so.
I did talk to Rep. Donahue about it, and we did talk through a little bit. I mean, it's not definitive, but we did talk through a little bit the risk of making it so difficult for people that it might not pass the legislature. So the only other changes from the last one, I think I sent you along what was marked up. So it was really more with the zoning article. It looked like a lot of changes, but it was a lot about how we were referencing the exhibits and referring to them. I don't think that there's a lot of other things in here. There were no other substantive changes.
Okay.
Christie, I'm still, sorry. Go ahead. No, I was on Article 9, the transfer to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I'm still confused by the wording on how that 1.4 was paid out, and so it says it requires Pulte Homes to contribute 1.4. The provision requires this contribution to be paid through an annual payment of $200 for the following 5 years. Well, that's $1 million. So I think the original payment was $400, and then there was $200,000 a year for 5 years, which is why the first payment was $602. And the second payment was $201, and this will be another $200 and change.
Did make a change after you mentioned it last time that I ran by the trust.
But I think it's more about the way it's worded.
Okay.
But does anybody else see the confusion there?
Yeah, because what it says is it's 1.4, but it only says that we're getting $1 million.
So article information can be adjusted still, correct?
Well, it can, but I mean, once we close the warrant, we don't typically. What do you want it to say, I guess, and then we can just.
Well, so see where it says Pulte has made these payments to the town stabilization fund totaling $1 million.
I think if it just said the provision required an initial payment of $400,000 and the remaining $1 million to be paid through an annual payment of $200,000 a year.
Is that how it was done?
I'd have to look at it.
'Cause right now it doesn't make sense.
Well,
Because it says they're paying us 1.4, but they're paying it in 5 equal installments of 200,000, which only adds up to $1 million.
so I believe that's how
So
it
we're
was
missing
done.
400,000.
I'm going off of memory, but I was,
Could we vote our support for, I mean, not support, could we vote to place it on and to be amended with clarification?
You can vote, you can vote to close the warrant. Subject, because the article information is, I think Sean just said it, is.
I mean, I guess the other
is
piece
not
is-
the article, then I guess I can.
The other piece is we could just update it on town meeting
And town
floor.
meeting floor.
well, I think it's, the booklet's not closed, so we should be able to update the
Yeah.
wording of that.
They can explain it in the
Could be as
booklet.
much as that, little as adding, 5 or 6 words.
Yeah.
I just felt like it's, somebody's gonna do the math there and say, well, how did we get to
Oh,
one?
what is this? Yeah.
So I don't remember.
Yeah, I
think-
remember you flagged something which I changed. No one's flagged anything since with the versions I've sent out, but I can, if you wanna close the
didn't catch
warrant,
it.
subject to that being updated.
So
I
this,
can update it.
I may not have been clear, but that was part of my concern when we initially talked about it, and I did not reread this until today,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
Yeah, so let's, with a,
Yeah, let's go on to this agenda item. What I will do, unless there's questions on specific,
Can I
here's
just,
what.
can I
okay.
ask about Articles 15 and 16? Will we be hearing from anyone on those?
Mr. Savoy's coming at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thanks.
So what I'm gonna do right now is read off the numbers, and if there's any further questions on those, we'll talk about them, and then we'll go to the vote. So
And we're not voting support tonight, just to place them?
this is
And close
placing
the-
articles and then closing the warrant. We will
thanks.
vote on the 14th.
I have no issues.
Okay,
I agree with Sean.
I won't go through them all though. 1, 2 through 16, are there any further questions? Okay, is there a motion?
I move to place Articles 1 through 16 on the 2025 Fall Special Town Meeting warrant.
What is it? Do you want to do them individually?
Well, I wanted to call out number 6. Sorry, I misinterpreted your question in the grant matching one.
Okay.
Excluding number 6.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
So the vote is to put all of them except for that in the fall special town meeting warrant, and then leave 6 for discussion
Yep.
for a next separate motion.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, all those is moved and seconded. All those in favor of adding all except for Article 6 at this point? It's 4-0, 4 being present. Let's talk about Article 6, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to beat the horse here. It's dead. I'm just, I'm challenged to put this on the warrant at this time, given the lack of information, as I already shared. So I don't know that I can support putting it on the warrant. You would have a majority without me, but I'm just clarifying that before we go to a vote. That's all.
I mean, I'm still comfortable putting it on. I think, we have an opportunity to not accept it, and then a second opportunity to not spend it. I think not putting it on the warrant sends a message, potentially sends a message about how we feel about the whole project.
Sure.
Well, I would just go back to what Christie said too, on my side, is that if we determine with this grant that it's not feasible or something needs to change, there is the opportunity to take this and move it towards another portion of the B-Walt, similar to what we did with the bridge over the Assabet and switching that money to a feasibility study.
I'm going to clarify. I will support putting this on there. I don't know that I will support it so.
Yep. Okay. So is there a motion?
I motion to put Article 6 on the warrant.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
the voters should be able to
Just
weigh
make
in.
the call.
Yep. Yep.
And I think they will.
Well,
And I want to hear
that's
that.
why I
So,
want it on the
anyway,
warrant.
sorry.
because
Nope, that's fine.
I want to hear their voice on this issue.
Okay.
I move to close the 2025 Fall Special Town Meeting warrant, unless there
With-
was something else.
With
An amendment to number
number 10?
10.
The
To
lang,
the
just,
article information.
Oh,
on
not
number
10,
Artic-
I'm
nine.
sorry, number 9.
The article
With an
information on
amendment
number 9.
With a revision to the article information for number 9.
as necessary.
As
Does that work for you?
necessary.
Yep.
She's another coffee over there.
It's 10:20. Yes. Okay.
I just want to make sure you understand what we're asking, though.
I do.
Okay. Okay. And sorry about us not bringing it
No,
to you
it's
till
fine.
tonight. That's
Uh,
our bad.
Kevin says
Yep.
It's the new guy.
Yeah, you brought it up. I would have missed it altogether.
Did I get a second?
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Okay.
Okay.
Somebody waiting patiently.
It's like, wake me up from the seats. Okay, while we're getting signatures, are we?
Yes, so again, we're not going to vote in support. We'll do that all at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, while we're doing that,
Well, no. I thought you were gonna write. Oh, on these? I can do that. I'm sorry. I didn't understand. This is the easement. So Kevin needs to notarize the easement for Bridle Lane.
Bridle.
And
Bridle
at
path.
at the same time, Jenny has reached out to town council about fixing that. So you're endorsing the same thing. It just might be corrected.
Understood.
Kevin, these will not be ready to go, so they're gonna sign the signature page.
Because of the amendment.
Right.
we're going to sign the
So will
signature
we
page.
come,
so-
will we go to them, town clerk to sign it?
No,
or-
They can sign now, because you're closing the warrant. It's just that they won't be ready to be posted.
Posted.
I understand.
Okay, so
We just need to hopefully adjust that one section. Doesn't.
There's 5.
Sorry. Sorry it's so late, too. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's just this one signature per, right?
Okay, town manager, while we're signing it.
Oh, sorry.
Town manager report.
Okay, so the naming policy, the town's received 3 proposed names for the cemetery located at Nurse Street. The names are Westland, Farmlands, and Harmony Grove. The select board will consider these during a public hearing on October 14th. The town is also collecting submissions for proposed names for the alley space between 32 and 34 East Main Street. The deadline for submitting is October 8th. Not on my report, but just letting you know that I've been meeting with the Civic Club. Derek Sari, our assistant DPW director, has taken a leadership role in that project as well, and so they'll be coming back on October 14th to show you the furniture that they're proposing to place there. Okay. The Regional Emergency Communication Center, the governing board, we accepted bids for the owner's project manager services for the next phase of the rec building project. So we anticipate awarding that bid in the next couple of weeks. The Fisher Street pedestrian bridge will open in early October. The $2 million MassDOT project that replaced the existing bridge substructure or superstructure, reestablishing an important bicycle and pedestrian connection for the Charm Bracelet Trail, as well as created path transitions to Smith Parkway at the northern project limit and back to the Fisher Street roadway at the southern project limit. For department updates, the Recreation Department will be coordinating the Main Street Trick or Treat, which will be on Tuesday, October 28th from 4 to 6:30. Still, participants will include staff at Town Hall, Forbes, Police, Fire, DPW, as well as businesses in the downtown. And then the Senior Center will host a Moon Festival on October 14th from 5 to 7. All seniors are welcome to experience the excitement of lion dance, enjoy delicious food, including a mooncake testing, and celebrate culture and connection.
You realize we have a meeting that night.
I know.
I was gonna ask you, are we meeting that night?
The 14th, yeah.
Yes. No, the 28th.
No. Oh, the 28th.
The 28th.
Oh.
We have a scheduled meeting on the 28th, which is the same day as trick or treating. That was one of my questions.
Oh, we could still meet, but we should figure out if we want, you should figure out if you want to.
Yeah. But, yeah.
We have met on trick or treat night before, but, I think we just moved our meeting later.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll talk about the next meeting. I think we
Okay.
can move it later. Maybe we move it till 6:30 or
Yeah.
7 maybe. So it quiets down.
End at 1 AM.
It's after town meeting, so we'll be done by midnight.
Don't say that. Amanda's not going to come back.
Amanda's like, what?
Ian's-
Welcome, Amanda.
It doesn't
Did we say
matter, Ian's
welcome?
not coming back either, so. Okay, thank you for that. Christie, Article 13, appointments, reappointments to boards, committees, and positions.
Yes, so these are just some, let me just pull it up.
Get you back.
What's that?
I see
So, I'm just gonna skip ahead. There's a change in
Yeah.
expiration date. When we appointed the Public Arts Committee folks, we only appointed them to June 20th, 2029, which the town clerk pointed out to me. And I thought it couldn't be right, and then I went back and saw that that's the date I gave you. So, we need to just extend it to the June 30th. So if you wanna take up that vote first.
So I would move to amend the prior vote to appoint Tracy Spatafora, Anna Leduc, Corinne Colford, and Nancy Wright to the Public Arts Committee with terms to expire on June 30, 2029.
Second?
All those in favor? It's 4-0 for being present. Okay,
And then you have Evalie Ebb, has applied for the Council on Aging vacancy. You have 2 members for the, filling 2 vacancies on Sustainable Westborough. And then we have 2 youth members for the Youth Commission, which the Youth Commission typically will take in those applications and then do interviews and make recommendations.
Yes.
So these are the folks that they've recommended.
So, are you ready for a motion?
I am ready for a motion.
Can we do them all together?
I am fine with doing them all together if folks are, but let's start with that.
Okay, move to approve Gerald Q. And Judy Day to Sustainable Westborough with terms expiring on June 30, 2028. Why don't we just
I guess it's technically a
Second?
Point, what did you say?
move to appoint, not approve? Thank you.
Yeah. There's a second?
Yep.
Yep.
All those in favor? 4-0 for being present.
I move to appoint Evalie Ebb to the Council on Aging Board with term expiring on June 30, 2028.
Second?
All those in favor?
Third's
4-0.
the term. I move to appoint Melinda McKendrick to the Disability Commission with a term expiring on June 30, 2028.
Second?
All those in favor? 4-0.
And we did the other one.
And so but we do the 2 youth commission.
I move to appoint Jerry Daring and Sudevi Sarkar Ghosh to the Youth Commission with a term ending June 30th, 2028.
Second.
No.
No.
Is their term?
Their
Typically
term.
2 years.
Yeah, I don't think it's a 3-year term.
Yeah, so it's 2 years, so it's
It'll be
wait.
2027? Because they're juniors, so.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
2027.
Second.
That's what I said.
As amended.
As
Second.
amended.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? 4-0. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you all.
Thank you all for stepping up. Okay, next on the agenda, request to approve the meeting minutes of the appointment of the approval. No. Request to approve meeting minutes of August 5th, September 9th, September 16th, and September 17th.
So moved.
Second?
Third.
Any comments or corrections? Not all those in favor? It's 4-0 for being present.
Okay.
I was just looking at something, but I think it's fine.
Do you want to?
Well, September 17th minutes, we have select board members present, and it had Sean Keogh arrived approximately 7:17, and then it said not present, Cherry and Johnson and Sean Keogh.
Okay, you caught it, so
I would just
As
amend it,
amended.
I would just amend it to remove Sean Keogh as not present.
Just late.
Yes.
We'll just change not
present.
present to late.
Moved
Well,
as
late's already
amended.
up above, yeah.
Amend the motion to approve the minutes of September 17th with the change as requested.
Second. Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. Sorry I didn't catch that earlier.
No? Good catch.
I should have. I was the one who was late.
Yeah, I was one who was absent. Issues and correspondence of the select board. Sean?
None this evening, thank you.
Shelby?
I will keep it brief. I was unable to attend the EDC meeting in September, but I did watch it, and I would encourage everyone to watch it. There was a great presentation by Allison Powers and Bob Dwyer of JLL, talking about basically vacancy rates. Did a really good presentation, so I'm not going to give the details. Happy to talk with any board member offline about it. Thank you, Westborough TV, for covering it. Very interesting and represents opportunities as well as areas of concern in our commercial and industrial market. And nope, we talked about the 28th. We just have to land on a time. That was a question. So that's all I have.
Great. Mark?
All right. I have quite a bit, but I know it's late. I know. October 2nd is the public input meeting for Jack Straw Brook. Just to remind everybody that that's this week. If anybody needs to wants information on that. On October 7th and October 21st, Liz Sheriff from the Assessor's Office will be at the Senior Center providing information on exemptions and any tax relief opportunities for seniors. They can get information from her. She knows the ins and outs of those. And there was one on September 8th or 9th. I can't read it, but the October 7th and October 21st are at 9:30 in the morning. Prototype Rowing is having a rowing challenge to benefit student athletes, in particular Westborough boosters. That is on, so sorry.
Saturday.
19th.
Is it the 19th? Yeah, I lost track of the date on this.
18th.
Okay. Community Center Rec Department is having a bike rodeo on the 6th. I'm sorry, Saturday the 4th from 10 to 11. If any kids out there want to go join the bike rodeo, there's information on the Rec Department site. Westborough Senior Center supporters, is having a holiday fair on November 15th, and they're accepting any craft or art donations now. Please be generous. Our senior center deserves it. Westborough Connects is having a potluck dinner on October 13th. For more information, go to Westborough Connect's website. And then finally, I just wanted to say thank you to the Cultural Council and the Arts and Common Committee for a wonderful day on Saturday. It was I got a good sunburn, but it was a really good event. And I think it was a successful 15th annual. And then I also wanted to thank Post 22 for inviting me to their ribbon cutting ceremony on Monday morning. I was brought to tears by the emotion and passion that these volunteers and the people behind this post exhibited. So I hope we can all support them as a community. They do work, they do take donations as well. So, all right.
It was October 19th for the rowing event.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But you can register now, so
Yeah.
I'll bring that one up again next time.
No. Registered and
Great.
sponsorships.
Is that it?
You want more?
No.
That's all I got.
Okay, I have nothing this evening, and we do not have a need to go into executive session, so I would
Just thank you, Amanda, welcome. People are wondering who this person is, right? And Westborough TV, of course.
Yes. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? We're
Thank you.
adjourned at,
Thank you, guys.
I think it says 8:35 on my phone.
10:35.